Good afternoon, lovely peoples. It is still Dragon Slapril, even though I haven't had a whole lot of time to do streams for Dragon Slapril this year, but I have had time to hopefully finally prepare something that I had as in mind as a goal, which is Dragon Slayer 6-2, the sequel to Dragon Slayer 6: The Legend of Heroes, simply called The Legend of Heroes 2, which, unlike Dragon Slayer 6, you can't really cheese most of the combats with strategies, as far as I know, so it does mean that I am going to have to do a whole lot of proper grinding in this game. So it's going to be a long game. How long, I don't know. We will find out today. Let's see. I am going to let the intro play here, even though the way I am doing the timing will not actually include the intro, just for archival purposes. After the defeat of the demon Agnija, peace came to Iselhasa. Prince Celios and Princess Dina were married, and Celios became king of Farlane. The other heroes who had fought together returned, or put down their weapons, and returned to their respective homelands. If you do start this intro, by the way, it is unskippable, so... In time to the union of Celios and Dina, a prince was born. The crown prince of Farlane that the people had hoped for. He was named Atolus, possibly Atlas, but it's not quite spelled the same as the real name Atlas. And he was raised to the age of 15 lovingly, with shiny gold hair and bright, intelligent eyes, and most importantly, a heart much like his father's. He knew no evil and, whatever that word is, cared for the people, and passionately awaited the day he would become king. The people loved Prince Atolus, and he loved the people in return. To the people of Farlane, King Celios was the great son, and Prince Atolus was the little son that watched over them, and they prospered. There came a day when all the lands of Iselhasa were assailed by a great earthquake. Ancient structures were destroyed, and... I forget most of those words. All the lands were in turmoil or something. For a time the people panicked, but in time they came together and... I forget those words. And Iselhasa returned to normal. Or so it appeared. Unbeknownst to anyone, a new disaster was being born. And we get a cutscene of some strange monsters emerging from a cave into the sunlight. What a fascinating rock. and some scruffy-looking but surely upstanding citizens come to fight the monsters. A great battle ensues. And a random dragon. I do like that landscape with the dragon's egg in it, though. And this is, I believe, the only title screen we get in the game, so enjoy it while it lasts. And I think the last game that actually used the Dragon Slayer logo there. While Lord Monarch and Xanadu the Legend of the Wind are also considered parts of the Dragon Slayer series after this, they didn't use the name or the logo. We can probably fairly assume that the guy with the gold hair was Prince Atolus, who we heard so much about in the intro. Who these other people are, I don't think we know. But they're probably party members. Spoiler alert, there is going to be a party in this game. Why am I having so much trouble getting these notes into a different order? And we get another nice shot of Prince Atolus hanging out with his dad, who is a lot taller now. Because apparently people double in height between the ages of 15 and 35. I think they said in the intro that this is about 20 years after the previous game. I just put my fan on. So it goes straight into the game from there, but for purposes of the timer, I am going to reset and start the game another way. I am running on real hardware, by the way, and as far as I can tell, there are no weird copy protection things that get in the way of it. I'm using a flash-based hard drive. I am using the image that comes from the Neo Kobe archive. But as long as you have no previous save files, you can hit the continue option at the top of the menu here, and it will take you straight into the beginning of the game, just as if you had sat through the long intro. So that is how I am going to define the start of the run here for my purposes. Just choosing the option on that menu. For reference, the save files are just files in DOS on here, so you can just go into the DOS prompt by going to return to DOS at the bottom there, and manually delete the files. To avoid continuing from a previous file, you do need to delete the special one that is like S_00 @ I think, but if you just delete individual saves from the in-game interface, it will still have that hidden one around and still continue from that, but I have cleared out all my save files here, so I should be able to start, and we will see how many hours this ends up taking, and how many times I forget the route and how to fight the bosses, or how many times the bosses do something I don't expect. Let us begin. And the start of the game looks pretty familiar. We see Prince Atolus in the distant village of Eloasta with his tutor, I forget his name, I just saw it, but whatever. We want manual leveling, we want fast movement, fast combat. And for the time being, we do want auto combat on. Much like the previous game, we try to leave town. We can't leave town. We go talk to the farmer named Parker, who has built a hidden exit from town. But we run quickly before our tutor Raoul catches us, and then go straight back into town, where Raoul informs us that we've been summoned to see King Celius in the capital. King Celius tells us that because it is now our 16th birthday, we need to go on a grand tour of all the lands of Selhasa, deliver letters to the rulers of the other nations, and more importantly, pick up warp destinations for every town in the world. That is literally part of the narrative quest. We are getting warp destinations for our warp wing that everyone now carries around, apparently. We come to this town here, talk to Alon, the leader of the resistance from the previous game. We come here, talk to Ro, who brags about how many times he saved Prince Celius's life in the previous game. And we harass some slimes, because that is what Atolus, much like his father, enjoys doing. We were given some high-level weapons by King Celios in the process of leaving town, so we are not having any trouble fighting these slimes. They're also not giving us much of anything. We come down here to Belgamine. We find this guy, Pete, who we met in the previous game. He tells us, I believe, that there's been a cave-in at the mine. They could use some help. We come back here, find Alan drinking at the pub here. He says that the people of Cruz would love to help, and we need to go back and get them. So we do so. We talk to random farmer in Cruz. He runs off to Belga. We go after him, but we don't need to do anything else in Belga. We just leave immediately and continue to the next town. Here in Neria, we first come over here, buy a ticket for the boat. After we buy the ticket, but not before, Ro spawns up here. He tells us how trustworthy this shady merchant up here is. So we go to the shady merchant, buy a suspicious luck talisman, which we do want to equip because it does in fact raise our luck by a few points. After having done all of that, the boat over here finally spawns. And we proceed out of Farlane into Wonleek. We arrive in the town of Rondo, the boat breaks down. We run through town ignoring everything, until we come to the bar where some people say that they're going to borrow some money involuntarily from Atolus to go drinking. Some other guy from the bar comes out and starts a fight to stick up for him. Casts fire, they run off. We don't get our money back. There are slightly different slimes in town. They are no more of a problem. But I am deliberately taking the slime fights here for the paltry amount of experience they do give. The early game of Legend of Heroes 2 is very sparse on experience and money, so we are going to be resource limited for quite a while here. We run, if I can get in, down here to Fort Larfa. Nothing we can do here for now. We keep going. And we go up across the bridge here and around. This used to be an old man's house, but this is now the town of Silica. And around the town of Silica, we are going to do some grinding on these mysterious red slimes that are spawning all over the place. Oddly enough, they seem to be centered around Silica, where they spawn a little more frequently than elsewhere. And I am going to be grinding Atolus while he is alone here, all the way up to level 5 on slimes, which give 2 or 3 experience per fight. So this is going to take a little while. There is our first level. I believe we start with strength, because that is what one does. Like the previous game, the hit points you get at each level are basically derived from your current strength. So and I believe the attack power that was the case in the previous game as well. So the more you put into strength early in the game, the better off you were going to be later in the game. Unlike the previous game, you also have a magic power stat that similarly accrues over time based on your intelligence stat. So if you are going to be casting spells, you are going to want to put points into intelligence early as well. Spoiler alert, Atolus is not going to be casting many spells, so we are not going to worry about his intelligence. Whereas in the previous game, you had Flam 1, Flam 2, Flam 3 spells that all had fixed spell powers, basically, and the higher level spells always did more damage no matter what your intelligence is, as far as I know. There is only one level of each spell in this game, and its effect is always based strictly on your current spell power stat. So, while in the previous game you could skip a lot of leveling just by using the high-level spells to buff your attack power massively, you can't do that here. If you don't actually build your intelligence up by a lot of leveling, you are not going to get a whole lot of effect out of buff spells or any other spells. Hence, there's going to be a lot more grinding in this game. Now, the only other speedrun of any version of Legend of Heroes 2 I was able to find was one of the Super Famicom version, which is on Nico Nico. Their total time was about 5.5 hours. But the Super Famicom version appears to have a bug doing something with twiddling save slots around that allows you to skip that, or glitch your money so that you end up still having money after the cutscene in Rondo Harbor there that takes all your money away. And by using that glitched money, you are able to buy some fairly powerful equipment during the prologue here, and thereby bypass a lot of the challenge of the early game. This is still a strength level. As far as I can tell, that bug does not exist on the PC-98 version, so I am going to have to do the early game properly with all necessary grinding. This slime grind here is not going to be the long grind. The long grind comes later. Another thing you might notice is that the enemy sprites on the world map are not hidden the way they were in the previous game. You don't need to use a reveal chime or anything to make them appear and make your walking faster. But on the other hand, in the previous game, there were always no more than 3 enemy sprites on the world map with you at any given time, so you had plenty of space to dodge them as long as you saw them coming. There are more than 3 sprites on the map here. That will lead to some adventures later on. You will also notice that we are not getting any gold from any of these slime fights. The game was very carefully choreographed in the prologue here to make sure that even though there are shops you can go to that appear to be selling interesting things and you appear to have money for at least part of it, you can't actually buy anything. The game has not truly started yet. And while, once we actually get into the first proper chapter of the game, there are going to be enemies, spoiler alert, that are more powerful than slimes, that in principle give you a little more experience and actually give you some gold. They don't give that much more than the slimes, and we are going to have more than one party member once we get there. So we are not going to be able to get experience quite as targeted towards the Tolus. Hence why we do the slime grind now instead of waiting. Now, it is possible if someone poked around at this game enough, they might find a way to preserve their gold and do much what the Super Famicom version does, but I didn't find a way in the little bit of poking I did, so this is the route I am taking. Let's see. We do speed next, I think. All speed. With the extra going into strength. And yes, getting all the way to level 5 on slimes is going to take a little while. I don't think it is strictly necessary. I could do the next boss fight at level 4, I think, but it's riskier. And I'd have to grind the level eventually anyway, probably on slower fights. Rodas, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Thank you for the GLs. It is Dragon Slapril. We are doing Dragon Slayer: The Legend of Heroes 2, the sequel to Dragon Slayer 6: The Legend of Heroes, for the PC-98 running on real hardware. And this is a run that is going to involve a whole lot of grinding. Early Legend of Heroes game, late Dragon Slayer game, however you want to look at it, yeah. Thank you for the new follow. Did it just give you a thing about 100? Yeah. Looks like it just got there again. I had over 100 a few months ago, but I think a couple of them disappeared, so it's been hovering around that level for a little while. But thank you, new follower, for tipping it back over the boundary. I hope you like this combat music, viewers. But we are not going to be hearing it for too much longer. This is not the permanent combat music for the rest of the game. I believe this is actually called the Slime Bullying song on the official soundtrack. Yeah, getting a PC-98 set up for capture is an adventure. Of course, if I did the sensible thing and just got an OSSC back in the day, then it would be fine, I think, but... because I have to use a RetroTink, I have to go through like 3 or 4 different adapters to get the weird video signal from the PC-98 into it. Anyway, I hope all viewers are having a wonderful Sunday. We are almost there. Just to have it in my head, we are doing luck then speed when we hit 5. I guess I could just start walking now. Take the 1 or 2 extra fights on the way to the next town, but... there they are. Okay. Luck speed, extra goes into strength. Done. We don't need to go into Mascoon down there. We do need to cross the bridge here. Come up here to Rizel. We run into that guy from the pub earlier. He doesn't have our money, but he is still mad at us because he got called an old guy by the thugs in the pub because of us, but we tell him that he actually looks quite young, so he's happy and wants to join our party, but we say not right now. If I can remember how to walk in this castle. We talk to Duke just on here, deliver our letter. He doesn't say a whole lot else. We then just warp back to the entrance of Rizel. This guy, Rando, is still waiting outside, asking to join our party, so we give in and let him. And then we warp back to Port Larfa. Talk to the ticket seller, but because we don't have any money, we can't buy a ticket. Talk to this person up here who tells us that the merchant over here likes to collect rare weapons. So we offer to sell him our fancy weapons, but because Prince Atolis is completely naive, he accepts only 150 gold for them. So we now have 150 gold, which we need to actually buy the ticket with. And we get to sail on, finally. Yeah, MSXs are fun to have. So we reach Yold, warp to the exit, yes, this is Yold, warp to the exit. We walk straight down here to the capital city of Celis. We try to go into the castle, but the guards say that they're busy preparing for the Dragon's Egg Festival here, and we can't go in, but some random guy named Charlie goes in. So we decide we're going to try to track down Charlie and ask him for help getting into the castle, so we can actually deliver our letter and move on. We ask around and learn that Charlie is the butler at some rich guy's house over here in the town of Nashu. What am I missing? Do I actually have to leave? Probably, yeah. This one took basically all year to learn, so. What plot trigger am I missing? I'm missing something, but I'm not sure what. I don't think I need to talk to anyone in Yold here. There's a bar up here, but I'm pretty sure I don't need to visit this at this time. We just need to leave and re-enter Nashu for some reason. There he is. I thought I noted at one time that it seemed like you have to leave and re-enter, but my most recent test runs didn't seem to require it. Anyway, we talk to the master of the house, this weird rich guy named Geraldo. He's asleep, so we find his daughter Flora downstairs, who agrees to wake him up for us. And he says, fine, instruct Charlie to take you into the castle. Which he does. And then relays a message that we are never going to go near his precious daughter Flora ever again. So we won't. We go straight up. And we meet King Arian, better known as Runan from the first game. We deliver our letter. He tells us to enjoy ourselves until the Dragon Festival, which is coming up. This way. So we do absolutely want to get the Royal Tomb over here as a warp destination here. Doing that now will make our lives a lot easier later. And we continue walking over here to the small fishing town of Swell. Where there is a suspicious inn offering... I forgot to do this. Auto movement off. Where there is a suspicious inn offering free stays. Prince Atolus, being completely naive, says, sure, sounds fun. And we get kidnapped by pirates. Board, the pirate leader from the previous game, is trying very hard to be a respectable shipping merchant now, so he doesn't like the idea of kidnapping King Celius' son. But his wife, daughter, I don't know, partner, Gina, thinks it's an amazing idea, and they fight a lot, but Rando shows up and rescues us anyway by throwing red slime at Gina. And we learned that the reason why the town of Silica was infested by red slime earlier is because Rando got into a fight with his dad, who lives in Silica earlier, and threw red slime at him accidentally instead of fire. But anyway, with all that hilarity done, we warp... not Yold. Celis, back to Celis, because it is now the day of the Dragon Festival. We come up here and talk to King Runan. But suddenly a guard rushes in and tells us that something terrible is happening. All the dragon eggs are suddenly turning red. And then another guard rushes in and says there are monsters pouring out of them. Whatever shall we do? Queen Sonia, by the way, who is married to Runan now, is going to evacuate the people while Runan comes out here and fights the monsters. And we see if he can keep a beat. No, he missed a few. But there are too many of them, so he tells us to warp back to home and see if similar things are happening elsewhere in the world. End of prologue. We then get this cutscene where the mysterious evil emperor of a place we don't recognize is talking to an underling named Flawed, making evil plans of some sort or another that we don't understand. We also see these lovely-looking people spying, presumably on that same evil emperor, and wondering what's going on. And we get to see King Celius leaving on a enormous dragon, which we flew on in the previous game, in order to investigate this problem, which apparently is affecting every land. And we are now in the game proper, with practically no money and practically no weapons. We do want to return those undelivered letters to the Prime Minister guy there. Otherwise, they will clog up our inventory forever. We come over here to what was previously a prison, which is now a storehouse. King Celius understandably took most of the good weapons that they have here, but there are a few starting weapons here that we can pick up, including a couple spellbooks. We also talk to the sage here and get a spellbook. And I'm going to make a backup save just in case I screw up the starting equipment here. But let me see. We do equip leather armor, leather shield on both of them. Unequip this silly knife that Rando comes with. We use our spellbook. We fill up Celios, or Atolus, with the res spell. We give Rando... I think we can put one there too. A few reses and a few Hures, ice spells. We are now going to come here, sell all that extra stuff, including these two silly swords. 464 is where we should be. Excellent. And now we have to go chase down King Celios because Atolus has decided that he wants to go with him. So last we knew, he is heading for Rizel to talk to Duke Geston, so we head here. A bunch of towns have been destroyed and people have been evacuated into the remaining towns, including this one. Geston tells us that Celios was here, but he's gone on to the next kingdom, so we do so. Let me think, do I do come here, I buy 2 herbs, 2 torches. I come here, I buy a copper sword, put the copper sword on Atolus. Come here, Queen Sonia has evacuated everyone here to this bar. And suddenly a soldier rushes in and tells us that Flora, the daughter of the rich guy from earlier, has disappeared and seems to have gone into the royal tomb for some reason. So we are going to head to the royal tomb in order to try to rescue her. This way. 1. neglected to turn off auto combat, but we don't want to fight these at this time. Usually I don't run into that one until up here, but Rando, why are you still on auto combat? Come on, can we just get around you? Normally I can make it past that one, but I think I dawdled too long at the entrance. Okay, there we are. Okay, that chest is a trap. We fall down it to the lower floor. Try to avoid the encounters here as well. That was pretty good. There are a bunch of chests in here, and we are going to pick up a couple of them. I did mess up the gold routing, so we are going to reload. Okay. I knew I felt like I was forgetting something. That's why it felt weird to put spells in that bottom slot. I think it's okay to do that. Zell. Excuse me. Then Yold. No. Larva. We go to Larva. We come here by the Silas spell. That is what goes in the bottom slot here. Then we go to Yold. Sell back the Silas spellbook. And that leaves us with just enough to buy that copper sword. Trigger the cutscene. Glad I made that backup save. We only need to trigger the cutscene once. Thank you. And now we warp to the Royal Tomb and do this properly. One, two, duck in here. Didn't quite make it. Also, don't forget to turn off auto combat. Excuse me. I am too slow. I am not making it around the monster here. There it goes. Where is that? Here. Right? That isn't right. I'm looking for the treasure chest. There it is. Not once in all my practice runs did I get lost in this cave. I don't know what's going on now, but Okay. There are a bunch of treasure chests up above here. There are a couple that we want to fight through the monsters guarding them and pick up. I do want to see if the other one happens to be the other type of monster, just in case, because the other type of monster is a little easier to fight with the equipment we currently have. But no, they are both the Bijo things, whatever they are. So we are just going to fight these. And we are mostly hoping that Atolus, by using that luck charm he has on him, can get some crits here, because we are not doing a whole lot of damage other than that, otherwise. They do use Silas, so I can't use spells now. So we're just going to hope for a crit from Atolus. Any chance you can do any? Nope. Rando is going to die a lot. That is okay. He gets better. Okay, we get iron armor. If we put that on Atolus. You are not the monster I want to fight. You are. Oops, meant to have Rendo finish that one off, but... Ow. Once again, Rando's dead. That's fine. Pick up a iron shield, also put that on Atolus. There are more treasure chests here, but we are not going to get any of those for the time being. Those Rinkos or whatever, they do use lightning magic on the whole party, but if you silence them, they don't do very much, so they are actually a slightly easier fight to take right now if they were guarding one of the chests I care about, but they weren't. Excuse me. There aren't that many monsters in this hallway, so I don't know why I keep running into it. Okay. This one I should be able to sneak past here if I hit it in the right spot. Perfect. Now we heal. I've glossed over it, but we do not have magic points the way that we did in the previous game. We have magic slots that slowly recharge over time. You can only have 7 spell charges. If you want to use healing 7 times, you need to have 7 charges of the healing spell memorized. And they don't recharge during combat, you have to wait around on the map. But anyway, we get into the fight with the first boss here, Poldarm. And his thing is basically if you get a crit on him, he gets knocked out for a couple of turns. But after he wakes up, he says something like, "You did X amount of damage to me, so I'm going to pay it back to you." And then hits you with a powerful, but as far as I can tell, random attack. I tried for a while to try to manage the amount of damage I did when he was knocked out like that, but I don't think it makes any difference whatsoever, so I'm just going to go. But I do want to make sure that I use Silas on him, because once he gets down to about half his health, he will start using res on himself, and we really don't want to wait for that. That being the reason why it is so important that I buy Silas before I get into this fight. But because we put all that armor on Atolus, there is not too much he can do to us, even when he does his powerful attacks. And we got him. And we accrue a little bit of experience to Atolus while Rando was dead. That is a pattern we are going to be seeing quite a bit here. So Flora came here because she was looking for the goddess Freya who was calling to her. We are skeptical of this, but we agree to help her get out of the country of Lenora in order to continue searching for Freya. We go back to Queen Sonia. She's happy that we rescued Flora, but reminds us that... what's his name? Geraldo has forbidden her to leave the country, so we go visit the pirates and ask for a ride to the next country. Where is he? He spawns in a different spot every time, but... Captain Buard does in fact give us a ride. And I get to breathe briefly. And enjoy the pretty boat music. Which most of the boat rides are over too quickly to really hear it. I feel like I vaguely remember hearing somewhere that there are lyrics to the boat song, but I don't know offhand what they are or if that's actually even true. Okay, so we are now in Rudra Harbor. We warp to the entrance. Okay, we just... Actually, we don't necessarily come here yet, because I do want to do my next grind outside of Yold here. Is there something I wanted to do before I started the grind? Oh, right. I do want to do that. I forgot that here in the Royal Tomb, there are now no more monsters in here. Should probably heal Rando there before I forget. So I can come in here and pick up all these other chests. We get a couple of smelling salts that revive a dead character in combat. I will not be using those. We also get a couple of extra copper swords that I will be equipping. Both Rando and Flora. Also, let's see. I want to unequip these pieces of armor from Atolus. I want to move one of them to Rando, one of them to Flora. Then warp back to Yold. While I'm thinking about it, sell that stuff. And we are going to begin our next grind. which is going to take a while. Oops. I was aiming for the auto combat option. We are going to turn auto combat back on. So with this setup, we should be able to mostly deal with the enemies outside of Yold here in Lanura. And we are going to be grinding until Atolus hits 8 or so, which will be a while. Atolus's next level is Strength. Got it. Oh, and with the auto combat, I do want people using healing spells if we get low. But down here, we see that red dragon's egg next to Celis, which is now destroyed, with monsters pouring out of it. These Fire Knights drop a Fire Spear sometimes, and we do want that because it's mildly useful as a weapon and also sells for a reasonable amount of money. And as mentioned before, we are very constrained in both experience and money in the early game here. So anything we can sell for a non-trivial amount of money is pretty worth pursuing. So I am going to hope that I get a couple of these Fire Spears so I can sell at least one of them. I think I do want to keep one around as an actual weapon. Based on not doing that in my last test run and finding that I think it made the later grinding a little harder than it should be, but we can also get extra res herbs from the other fight here with the dragon and gargoyle things. And we will probably need some of those too. But because the auto combat is reasonably good and we have a pretty safe setup for this grind, I can pretty much just leave it to sit here. And the monsters will come to me. In fact, I can just put a thing on top of the enter button and it'll even skip that ending message, I think. I think I just got another Fire Spear. Anyway, we are going to be here for a while, so I hope you like this combat music. Let's see, Rando's level is going to be int. might level in this fight. No, this is 3 experience, I think, so. Yeah. But the experience curve in the early game here seems kind of unbalanced to me. I think this is roughly the levels we're expected to be at this point in the game. But we are needing 100-ish experience for each level. And we are getting 3 and 4 per combat here, so... Go figure. The gold 2, we need several hundred to buy each piece of armor and each weapon upgrade. But we are getting, what, 10 per battle, I think? Ish. Now, this game does actually have a experience scaling mechanic, experience and gold scaling. If I had fought any more of the red slimes back in the prologue, after hitting level 5 with Atolus, you would have seen that instead of giving 2-3 experience, they were giving me just 1 per fight, because my level was higher than the enemy's effective level. And I have extracted some of the game data for the monsters and seen what their listed experience and gold ratings are, and even at the very beginning of the game, even with very low levels, you do consistently get lower than the rated amount, so I think even when you are the expected level, it is still scaling down the experience a little bit. And that might be unexpected behavior in the game, that might be a bug of some kind. And they might have tuned the experience with the expectation you were getting full value. I don't know if that's enough of a difference to matter, really, if it were giving you full value for the early fights, but... Anyway, the experience we get from these battles is eventually going to start diminishing, so we need to move on, but not for a little while yet. I'm not sure if the scaling is based on Atolus's level, or if it's based on the average level of the party, and I'm going to try to pay attention and notice that when these fights start scaling down a little bit, but... But what we should see is Rando is going to get another level here, which is going to be strength and speed. Not for a little while yet. And then both Atolus and Rando will gain 1 more beyond that, which will put them at 7 and 6 respectively, and I think that is where I have seen the scaling start taking effect. What I want to watch for is to see if it happens when Atolus hits 7 while Rando is still 5, or if it happens after Rando hits 6. Yes, I'm aware of my gold total. No, I am not commenting on it. Fortunately, this is the long grind of the game. After this, there's a little bit more grinding I'm going to have to do incidentally, but not too much that's out of the way. I also have in my notes that at the end of this grind I do want a little over 1,000 gold, which includes whatever I can sell fire spears for. How many fire spears do I currently have? Just the 2? This sure is exciting gameplay, isn't it? There's Rando's level. As I noted before, he is going to be getting strength then speed. And then Atolus will hit 7. He will get speed. I believe we are currently getting 4 from the Fire Knights, 3 from the Dragons and Gargoyles. And I'm going to try to pay attention to whether that drops after Atolus hits 7 here. Speed for Atolus. Take the extra into speed, why not? Now let's see what experience we get for this fight. Okay, we are still getting 4, so... I don't know if it's the most efficient way, but we can, in principle, continue this grind without losing efficiency for a little while longer yet. Let's see, Flora's first level is speed, then int. Flora starts at a relatively high level compared to the rest of the party, so she has the starting strength to be useful as a melee attacker in these combats. That will change. Also, the fact that I do get a couple of free weapons that I can fully equip the party with makes melee combat actually viable. But again, because we are very gold constrained for almost the entirety of the game, it is very difficult to keep multiple melee fighters equipped throughout the game, so... For the most part, my strategy is going to be having only a single melee character at any given time. There's Flora. She is going to get 3 in speed, 3 in int. Let's see if Flora's level actually drops the experience scaling here. Okay, we are still getting 4. So however the internal mechanics work, I do believe that Rando hitting 6 is going to be the trigger that begins scaling down the experience a little bit. It might actually be the minimum level of the party or something like that. If the monsters in this area are set to be effective level 6 and the lowest level in your party becomes 6, then it starts scaling down to the next level. But I don't know, I have not looked at the code for how exactly that works in enough detail. I have looked at the code enough to know that it happens, but not exactly how it works. But Rando's level 6 is going to be int followed by speed. And it might be more efficient to move on to the next area before hitting the scaling boundary here. I'm not sure, but... The enemies in the next area are somewhat more of a pain to deal with, so I am not too eager to move on earlier than I have to. Just to prove the point, I will take one more fight here after I level Rando. Int then speed, int then speed. So I believe they should start giving me 3 instead of 4 now. But I could be wrong. I don't know, I thought that happened when I was testing this earlier, but... In any case, that's about the point where I do want to move on to Rudra. I'll also top up my health a little bit before I do this, but... I think the auto combat can still deal with this okay, but... The gimmick in the worm fight here is that the worm master keeps using Impost to buff the worms. That triggers them to grow an extra head and start doing double hits, so... like that. So you want to try to take out the worms pretty quickly when they do get buffed like that. But the auto combat, fortunately, is smart enough to do that on its own. I don't need to manually script it, so... There's Eme, by the way, destroyed with a new dragon's egg next to it. A background detail that they give you in the dialogue that I glossed over earlier is that during the giant earthquake prior to the game, a lot of new dragon's eggs came out of the ground, which is why we see a few more that were not there on the map in the previous game. I think these fights should be giving us 5, 6, maybe? I forget exactly, but... Okay, 9, that's even better. I'll take it. But we want to walk to Basnoon here. Nothing special we need to do, but we need to check in with the king, verify that King Celios has indeed been through here, and that we're allowed to move on to the next area. Yeah. If I can remember how to get through this castle, because it's overcomplicated. So we talk to the king. He doesn't say very much, but that conversation is mostly Flora realizing that Atolus is indeed the Prince of Farlane and she needs to be more polite to him. But he tells her it's fine. I guess I'm exaggerating how much more annoying the grind in this area is, but I think during my last test run I forgot to move the armor over to the squishy characters before I moved on here, or before I started the grind, so they were taking a lot more damage and dying a lot more frequently from some of the more dangerous monsters. But so far the auto combat seems to be handling it fine. One thing I could do to make this grind a little bit safer, or maybe even move on to the next area, would be to run on to the, like, 2 towns from now. I can buy another res spellbook and fill both Rando and Flora up with res spells, so we have a little more healing to play with. But for right now, that doesn't seem to be necessary. We seem to be holding up with healing okay. And the enemies in the next area, Moreston, are enough of a difficulty spike that I am not in a hurry to try to move on. I could be wrong. So Flora's going to miss out on a little experience here, but that's okay. While auto combat is going, there are hotkeys I could use. I didn't actually do it there, but for example, I could hit the 6 key to the right on the 10 key, and that would trigger someone to override their current plans and heal someone immediately by any means, including using items, I think. So that is a thing you could do to keep your hit points a little higher than the AI naturally would. Holding left, the 4 key, immediately opens the use item menu if you want to just quickly use an item. And the up key, 8, the 8 key, immediately runs away, which is a little bit faster than having to navigate to the run option in the normal battle menu. So I will probably be keeping auto combat on just to make that a little faster later in the run, rather than actually navigating through the menu, even when I am just running. And I think I might want to be a little bit careful about taking fights here, since I am running a little low on spell slots, but in fact, I will run away. If the monsters will let me, and duck into the town here, since my health is kinda low. Understandably, a person might point out I could have just kept that res tome I had earlier and used that now to fill everyone's spell slots up, but since money was so tight, I don't think I would have been able to afford a better weapon at the beginning of the game without selling that book, so I do indeed have to sell and rebuy that, even though it seems a little bit silly. But as long as I am grinding over here, I did want to walk to the village of Cower over there, get that as a warp destination, since I will have to come back here much later in the game. For reasons. Unfortunately, the monsters in this area only drop Joshua Eyes and Smelling Salts, which I don't really need. At least the Smelling Salts I can sell for a little bit, but the drops are not nearly as useful as what I would get fighting back in Lanura, which is another reason I'm a little reluctant to move on to the fights here any earlier than I have to. But my goal is just to get a Tullus up to 8, so we are nearly done here. By the way, neat fact, this game has a boss key. Just hitting the stop key on the keyboard. I was scared the first time I accidentally hit that and thought I had actually killed the game completely and gone back to DOS, but it does in fact keep the game running in the background and just opens the DOS prompt temporarily. So I am figuring boss key. But as before, there is a red dragon's egg by the ruins of Eme there, and monsters are swarming out of it, so... if I do want rapid fights, this is the place to go for it. Okay, that is Atolus's final level for this grind. We are putting it all into speed. I believe I do still want to put the extra points into strength, though. And we are done with that grind, finally. We warp back over to Ridge Report. Buy our boat ticket. That takes us on the world's silliest boat ride. Right here, to Rochelle Port in Moreston. I believe we just warp straight to the entrance. And go. As I alluded to previously, the monsters in Moreston here feel like a significant difficulty spike, and I am going to avoid fighting them. I will be using my run hotkey that I mentioned earlier. And hopefully I will remember to turn off auto combat before I get into an actual boss fight. Run, please. Thank you. Then I run along the coast to Nathul here, and we see a mysterious masked strongman being robbed by a thief. Let's see. Once I get here, I want to sell one of my fire spears. Those unnecessary things. And I want to buy, if I can remember where the spell shop is. I'm incorrect, that was actually in Rochelle, not Nathul. Here. I want to buy that res tome. And I should probably safety save before I do too much more commerce. Just in case I screw something up. Excuse me. Okay, we come to this next town of Fight. Go to this town in the middle. We run into this masked strongman from before. He's annoyed because Rando was laughing at him, but we calm him down, and then he says that he thinks he recognizes Atolus, but he's lost his memory, in caveman speak, and decides to follow us around. So that is our final party member, Cindy, who is in fact a muscular man in an iron mask, despite having a girl's name. I want to put a bunch of res on both Flora and Cindy now. As long as I have the book. I'll be overriding a fair number of those later on, but... Come on. We are coming here to the town of Colchis, the capital of Moreston. Talking to the guy in charge, Hans here, who was in charge 20 years ago too. He says that Celios was here. He doesn't know. Celios went to look for the thieves. He doesn't know where the thieves are. And now we do our shopping run. Okay, we go to Baznoon. We go back to Baznoon now. We're going to walk over this way to this town over here, which is new from the previous game. Sedal, I think. Sedal. We are going to buy the Impost Tome, which we abused so much in the previous game, but is not nearly so overpowered here. We are going to put casts of that on Rando and Flora. Even though it's not as overpowered in the previous game, we are still going to be using it quite a bit. We are then going to warp to... We are going to make a backup save before I do anything silly. We are going to warp to Nathul. We are going to sell that tome and the res tome that we just bought. We need one iron sword. And 2 iron shields, I think. We upgrade Atolus to the Iron Sword. Sell the old Copper Sword. And that does give us enough for 2 Iron Shields. And we want everyone to have an Iron Shield on, if I can get into the right menu. Now, Cindy we still want on leather, because he has so much hit points. Let's see. And I want Atolus on leather armor. I want equip, not spells. Thank you. Am I missing a... Okay, I have a leather shield that's unused. Did I accidentally sell a leather... No one needs that, do they? Yeah, I'm just missing some armor. Oh, because I need to unequip the weapons from Flora and Rando as well. Sell those. And that should be enough to buy a iron armor. Put that on Flora. Pretty sure I don't need that at this point. So that just leaves Cindy not having leather armor, because I think I accidentally sold that. And I should have more than enough res herbs at this point. So we are going to continue. Stop. Run away, please. Thank you. We know from the previous game that there is a town up here called Fungus where the thieves hang out, so we're going to go there and try to find them. Even though we are told that it was destroyed by monsters after the bad things started happening. And getting up into this little area is a pain, because there are a lot of monsters swarming out of the Dragon's Egg, and they are all coming down through this narrow path through the mountains. And I have no way of fighting any of them. I might be able to take those slug fights if I really, really had to, but I'd rather not. There is a limit to the number of monsters that can be spawned at a time. I'm not sure exactly what the limit is, but it does exist. It's probably like 10 or so. But I'm going to try to lure them out of that passage so I can cut through relatively quickly. Okay, I think we should have a clear path now. Ish. There we go. But we also know from the previous game that there is a cave over here called the Wolf's Maw, where the thieves hang out, and also a new cave called the Hell Maw that we're going to pick up as a warp destination. So the Wolf's Maw had a complicated system of pressure plates, but all we do here is walk over one plate, warp back to the entrance, and walk straight through, over two plates, That opens this door, and here's where the thieves are hiding. We talk to this guy here. He tells us that this guy Drake saw some monsters a while ago and closed off a cave. And apparently King Celios with Runan and Gale in tow went into that cave at some point. Drake agrees to open the cave up so we can go after them. Drake saying that at some point in the past he saw a bunch of monsters come out of that cave and he got scared and closed it off. This way, then this way, then straight up. And there's a trap box there that we have to have Drake disable for us. This cave is pretty simple, and we finally come to the boss fight at the end of Chapter 1, which is hard, and hopefully I am set up for it properly and remember how to do it. First, and most importantly, turn off auto combat. These are the grog guards who are guarding the entrance to whatever this cave is. So, Atolus is just going to be attacking. Cindy is going to be trying to keep everyone healed as best he can. And Flora and Rando are going to be buffing Atolus for as long as they can, which will just be for a couple of rounds. Because the grog guards have this gaze attack that puts people to sleep. And that pattern might be not great. And the other thing the grog guards can do is use a lightning staff that does lightning damage to the whole party and cannot be blocked with silence, but okay, Atolus is awake. We do want to go ahead and use Silas now to silence everyone. That does prevent the grog guards from... Let's see. We want to put that extra fire spear on Flora, so she can do a little bit of extra damage here. Although she probably should have used an herb to heal, because now she's dead, but oh well. Getting both Atolus and Rando put to sleep there early when they are the only people who can use Silas kind of throws things off, so I may not be able to recover from that, but we'll see. Everyone is going to die in this fight, pretty much no matter what I do. But if all goes well, I would like to have one of the guards down by the time that happens. But the RNG is not really in my favor this time, so we are going to just take the death and try again. Okay. We do want to heal. I think if I... Nope, they're doing it already. Okay, that's the same pattern as before. That's not helping. This is going to be a pattern we will see regularly in this game. Boss attacks that just do fixed damage that you can't block or reduce by any means. There's probably no reason to keep Flora awake, but I guess she's at least absorbing a little bit of damage. I will try to keep Cindy alive so he can heal, though. Yeah, we'll heal Cindy one more time. Atolus isn't quite low enough to take full advantage of that herb, so... And in a perfect world, Atolus would be getting some crits here. But he doesn't seem to want to. I have no more healing. So I got one guard down barely, but... Just to be sure I'm not crazy, Atolus's luck is currently 15. I think that's what I have planned for. Oh, I'm looking at speed. Yeah, that's exactly what I have planned. So I don't think luck is the problem. I think the problem is getting the wrong two characters asleep there. Okay, that's better. Go ahead and do the Silas. Yeah, don't even worry about it. Do a little bit of extra damage with the Fire Spear, and then just take the death whenever you get around to it. Although Cindy's asleep. With Flora dead, I don't have a healer. Okay, there's Cindy. There is a crit. Oh, come on. Thank you. Okay, hopefully now Atolus alone can keep up with the damage from the remaining guard, okay? Let it be noted the boss fight is this difficult, even with the 45 minutes of grinding I did. This is a grindy game. Don't miss. I'm not going to take the risk of missing again. That's exactly why I used the herb. Thank you. But we do get the lightning staff they were using on us, so that's something. And all the experience from that boss fight accrues to Atolus, who is going to be quite a bit more powerful for the next chapter. So he gets 2 levels of strength. His next level is speed, twice. And I think... yeah, let's go luck. And his 13 is fully luck. Okay. That is chapter 1. And we get a cutscene here, where we wonder who these people are and what might happen next. Meanwhile, we cut to King Celios, being interrogated by persons unknown. While we hope that nothing too bad is happening to them. Okay. Once we get in here, we get to another enjoyable mechanic of this game, where we have a massive sprawling maze of underground passages to go through. And we have to keep using torches to do so. But we are going to start finding lamps and treasure chests that last a little longer than torches do, so... Once I get into the more complicated mazes, I will start using those instead of torches. But for now, these early sections are not too complicated, so I am just going to rush through them with torches as quickly as I can. So, we take pretty much the only path we can. We meet some random old man who tells us that he'll help us if we can go find a warrior's flute from a cave over to the side here. Let me see. There's a chest over here with a healing mushroom, which is a little bit more powerful than a res herb. Okay, that's where we are. We also come down here, pick up this steel Morningstar Club thing, which is a weapon upgrade, a significant weapon upgrade for Atolus. We also want to put that Thunderstaff on someone, Rando for now. And I am losing track of where I'm going because the light's running out, but this section is pretty straightforward. And once we actually get to the lake area we're supposed to go to, it's brightly lit, so we don't need to worry about torches anymore. And we do want to turn off, on Atolus specifically, healing, because he is going to be our main damage dealer. But we've got a bunch of these fish in the lake, and we are going to take these fights to try to catch everyone else up on experience a little bit. The gimmick here is that they have those bubble shields around them that you need to hit them with a lightning attack before you can damage them, but since we have a lightning staff that does an AoE lightning attack on everything, we can deal with that without too much trouble. But it doesn't help if the people who need leveling are dead. So I should probably try to be a little bit aggressive on forcing heals here. Wanting you to heal Rando, but that's fine. Someone heal Rando, please. Thank you. Someone heal Flora, please. But the leveling curve in the casual playthrough I did feel like it got a little more reasonable wants to get into Chapter 2 here and start combats like this, so... Rondeau is hitting what level now? 7? 7... He's getting speed and luck, or luck and speed. Sure, I'll take this last fight. Rondeau, can we have some lightning, please? Rondeau is healing. Lovely. Thank you. Now, if someone would please heal Flora, thank you. Quibus MSX, welcome. Hope you are having a good weekend. I guess you're in Europe, right? Weekend's probably almost over. Yeah, this is Legend of Heroes 2, which I don't believe came out on MSX. I believe it was PC-88, PC-98 only, and later on PC Engine. And this is the PC-98 version being played on hardware. And it mostly consists of grinding. I went the wrong way. I get so distracted by paying attention to the fights here that I lose track of the actual route through this cave a lot. Yes, it is. Welcome, Janser Ruzi. Hope you as well are having a lovely weekend. Flora just hit 9. So she wants int followed by strength. Pumpkin Adventure 3. I will have to bear that in mind. I've always tended to think of Final Fantasy IV for the Super Nintendo, or Final Fantasy II as it was released here, as being the first RPG that really had, or that I encountered that really had in-game cutscenes and a reasonably rich story that developed over the course of the game, but Legend of Heroes 1, Dragon Slayer 6 was 2 years before that, I think, and while by modern standards it's pretty basic, it is somewhat remarkable that it was as rich as it is 2 years before that, even. And I think in general there were a lot of very deep Japanese RPGs on the Japanese PC platforms like that at the time, just because the PCs have so much more storage they can use for text and cutscenes. this game, Legend of Heroes 2, I think even on the PC-98 it came on 4 floppies plus a character save disk, if I remember correctly. But here's that flute we're supposed to be picking up. And the PC-98 does use double-sided, double-density floppies, I think. I think the MSX did not. It only used floppies with half that capacity, so it probably would have taken even more floppies if it had been released on the MSX. So that is the kind of storage that PC platforms had to work with, which was expensive and difficult to add to cartridge-based consoles. Rando hitting 7 gets... Wait, who is this? Oh, that's 8. I thought he just hit 7. He is getting int at 8. Yeah, I'll start the fight over. I don't really want Flora to miss out on too much experience here. As with everything else, the PC-98 has to be weird. Its floppy drives use a different RPM than standard IBM floppy drives, so instead of the double-sided, double-density disks being 1440K, they are 1200, I think, or something, effectively, because of the different disk RPM. But yeah, Legend of Heroes 1 was 4 floppies for the MSX, but I think only 2 plus a save disk for the PC-88 or PC-98. Legend of Heroes 2 comes in the era where people started realizing that installing games to the hard drive made them a lot more manageable, so you can indeed install this game to a hard drive. And I'm just running it off of a flash-based hard drive. Double-sided high density, you are correct. I grew up with floppies and I still can't keep track of all the formats. Cindy's about to get his first level, and he is going to get speed and strength. Right, not luck. Speed and strength. Alright, that's about enough leveling here, I think. We'll take a couple more fights here on the way out, but... we are gonna need all these levels eventually. So might as well get them now. Okay, and we are out of the cave. And I check my map to remember which way I go here, but it's pretty straightforward. And I believe MSX cartridges tended to be quite a bit larger than Famicom cartridges too, right? I know games like Dragon Slayer 4 seemed like I always forget that there's a boss fight coming up here. Or a mini-boss fight, at least. Can I run from this? Not really. I can buffer an input so I can open the menu first. Even though this is literally the name of my split, there are guards at the entrance to Ishta. Okay, and I would like to... What was I about to do? Auto combat off. And I would like to save just in case. The guards are not too challenging, but... Cindy doesn't really need to do anything just now. Good crit, even though they heal themselves. Pretty straightforward. So we fight those guards because they were bothering some kid at the entrance. Having defeated the guards, we find the town empty except for this one random guy. He wonders who we are, but then the old man from before wanders in and reveals himself to actually be a woman named Ratia, who takes us in here and introduces us to the local resistance cell against the evil emperor who rules this underground world. We wander out of that meeting and over here, and some guy runs past us and back into the resistance base. So we come down here. We learned that it was just reported that there are some new prisoners in the Emperor's castle. The leader of the resistance, named Lidar, tells us to go with Ratia to infiltrate the castle and try to get them out. And I check my map to remember which way I go here. Okay, we just go diagonally this way for a while again. And eventually we are going to hit a junction. Here, right? Yes. So down here we get another healing mushroom. This way. Let's see, that's the junction. I should probably just use a torch, but we get an armor upgrade here. I should route more carefully when I use torches and when I pick up lamps, but I have not as yet. But we put that armor on Atolus. We can now, I think, hand down that shield from Atolus onto Cindy, and that leather armor. There is not as yet a fan translation as far as I know. Hopefully one day, but... Okay, we hit this intersection here. We go straight down. We go straight up from here. And we reach another town called Affle. Afru, maybe? I don't know. But Ratia happens to know that you can come through the sewers of Affle here, and it'll take you straight into the Evil Emperor's castle. So we're going to go straight into the final dungeon, defeat the final boss, and finish the game, right? It's that simple. This water pathway here is pretty straightforward, so I'm going to not use another torch just yet, because it's not too long or too complicated. Even though if I knew it better, I would spend less time bumping into things at every corner. The terrain of the underground sections, by the way, is a lot simpler in the Super Famicom version. It doesn't have the little nooks and everything. We sneak up into the air ducts. We see that Ratia has already made her way into the main castle and is fighting guards, but we walk over some things and make some noise, and then she gets chased out by guards who were alerted by the noise. Good job, guys. And she says we screwed it up, abort the mission. And everyone is disappointed that we now can't get into the castle through Afru anymore. Excuse me. So we come over here to the local graveyard, find Ratia apparently sulking. But she tells us that there is still a way to get into the castle through another town, but we need to break a boulder in order to get to it. So... because the Emperor has restricted travel between towns, so there are only back roads that you can take. We do need to talk to that random woman in the house. She tells us something important about how a guy named Harvey in Affle used to make alcohol. But for now, what we need is not alcohol, but gunpowder. And we know from the previous game that if you want gunpowder, you come talk to the pirates. Captain Boald, of course, tells us that he won't give you gunpowder unless you bring him alcohol. So we warp over to Affle and try to find this guy named Harbe, who is up here. He tells us that alcohol is now illegal, so he doesn't have any, but he could make some if we brought him a mushroom from his secret stash that the evil Emperor has now blocked off, and we can get to there from a passage on the outskirts of town here. And we need to use another torch, our last torch. I've played through the complete game 2, maybe 3 times at this point. I guess 3.5 if you count my casual run that I canceled halfway through after my stats were not built right, but So I come up here to this intersection, and we go east from the intersection, he told us. But I have not yet played it straight through in a single day, so I do not know how long this run will eventually end up being. This is the way I'm going, yes. Go to the side here, and another stairs right here. Okay, I do want to, for now, come over here, around a couple of corners. Pick up a lamp here. Might as well while these things are relatively easy to navigate. I say as my light mostly goes out and I get lost. We are almost there though. Where am I? Okay, so I'm going diagonal, like this. And eventually I'm going to bump into a wall. There. And then I should just go straight up. And this is the tower where the king mushrooms that the guy needs to make alcohol are hidden. Or grown. Doesn't really matter, but I will make a backup save here because we do have to fight another group of guards at the door. Now, being able to complete it in 10 to 15 hours or less is just because I have heavily referenced the guidebooks for the game and am skipping most of the dialogue. A proper casual playthrough that actually gets lost a lot and does way more grinding than is strictly necessary would probably take more like 20, 30-ish, I don't know, but... There are casual playthroughs on YouTube one could refer to if one wanted to see what one of those would actually look like, but I don't know offhand what the duration would comes out to. Yeah. You do have staves you should be using. Maybe I should silence these so they don't heal themselves, but... Normally it doesn't take this many attacks for Trolls to get a good hit in. I still have an impulse left, don't I? Thank you, finally. The gimmick of the guard fights is that they have a chance of just blocking physical attacks and countering. So you are probably expected to do magic damage to them as much as you can, which I should be doing a little more of, I guess. But there we go. Simple enough. So we are now in this strange-looking ancient tower, looking for illegal mushrooms, which we see growing over there. But as we pass through, we see this strange tank thing that is generating monsters. But we find the mushroom. We head back to Athel. We give the mushroom to Harbe. He says he does have a spare alcohol already that he can just replace now. So we get the alcohol, we take it back to the pirate island. Figure out where Wald is hiding now. There he is, with his newly white parrot instead of green. He says that it's amazing alcohol, so we can have a gunpowder. There it is. It is possible to skip that whole sequence. There is a monster somewhere in this chapter that drops gunpowder, but I think the drop is rare enough that it's not worth going for. So with that done, we go back to Ishtar, and we go through some more caves to find this boulder. I will now start using these better quality lamps for a little bit better visibility. I am hoping that playing through it today does not take 10 to 15 hours, but we shall see. There's another lamp I can pick up down here. And here's that boulder. We blow it up, but it also blows open a passage that leads right back into that tower where we were before, and monsters start pouring out. Cindy doesn't really have anything to do for now. I think I can safely go to auto combat now. We'll see how this goes, and if they are too difficult, I may turn off auto combat or start avoiding fights entirely, but this takes us into a whole other section of tunnels that lead us eventually to the town of Izu. These mage guys are kind of annoying, but I may not take this fight. Yeah. If nothing else, I don't think I can do that with auto combat, so let's turn that off. I would like to at least silence them. So they can't just heal themselves forever. Ow. I think I have a medicine I can use on Rando there, don't I? We can't heal him that way. Okay, that'll do. That is Rando hitting 9. He wants int. That is Flora hitting 10. She wants int followed by strength. I don't want to fight 3 of these. These I can do, I think. Can I put that old weapon on Cindy and do anything useful with it? Vaguely. Okay, I thought these fights were tractable, but they are kind of taking forever. Okay, and I'm still up here. There is a healing mushroom over here. I don't think I'm going to take any more fights in this area. At least not with these things that heal themselves endlessly. Unless I know that I have full spell slots and can just silence them. Let's pick up a healing mushroom there. Thanks for dropping by. Have a good evening. I can silence these and they're not too hard to fight. Oh, I don't want to use the lightning staff on them though. Let's see. When I did this routing, I expect to be 14, 11, 12, 12. I have no idea, but probably all day. Could easily be an 8+ hour run. Yeah, I don't want to deal with confusion. Should have had you use silence, but... Tolus at 14. Once speed followed by luck. Why am I going this way? Okay, I think I'm there. I want to come over here. There is no speedrun.com category yet, no. There is one existing speedrun on Nico Nico of the Super Famicom version, which is 5.5 hours-ish, but it also uses a glitch to bypass a lot of the grinding early in the game. So I expect this run to take significantly longer than that, but I don't know how much longer. Okay, we do get a weapon upgrade for Atolus there. We hand down the extra weapon to Cindy, and that should make these random encounters a little more tractable. We find the town of Izu here. There is nothing we can currently do there, so we just drop in and move on. Ow. I think we can pretty freely use these res herbs we happen to have laying around, because they are nowhere near powerful enough for actual use in boss fights at this point. That's another reason why the wizard guides are annoying. They have an attack that basically halves the HP of the entire party. They can use it even when they're silenced. As far as I know, that glitch doesn't exist on PC-98. I didn't look at it in too much detail, but I poked at it briefly and it didn't seem like anything similar happened. I could be wrong, of course, but it looked like it was basically corrupting save RAM, which I would not expect to work anything like the same way as a PC-98 run would. Cindy hitting 11. Once speed followed by luck. Where am I? I am just leaving Izu. I hope you like this music, viewers. Oops. We can attack that thing first, before it runs away. We still have a... Oops. Did not mean to run away, but whatever. Pick up a Bisna fruit. that would restore your spell slots outside of combat. But I pick them up strictly because they sell for quite a bit, and I need money a lot more than I need spell slot restoration outside of combat. Okay, from the intersection, you pretty much go down. Right? Oh, I think I never just added that side passage on the map. But here we go down, past. This is a lamp. I do want this. I'm probably picking up more lamps than I actually need, but if I don't get enough lamps, they are expensive. So for now, at least, it's better to pick up more than I need than to run out and have to buy them later. Or go hunting for the ones I skipped. Rando at 10 is getting speed. Oops. I do want someone to silence them. Now I can do the final boss of this chapter without any extra grinding beyond what I had at the end of chapter 1, but I need the levels eventually anyway. Flora hits 11. Strength, then speed. I don't have any Silas, so I will not be taking that fight. Okay, we are now in the next area. Here we pick up something important. Let's see, we do get a new set of enemies. The wolves are basically just physical attackers, so I can maybe kinda sorta take them. Unless they confuse people. If they confuse the two people who are physical attackers, I do not want to deal with that. I do not want to fight the electric girl, or whatever she's called, because she will hurt you a lot with an electric whip attack. And you cannot disable that with silence. Okay. Where am I? Am I all the way over there already? I'm not entirely sure where I am. Oh, I'm in that passage. Okay. I thought I was further along than I was. Okay, so that should be a junction, and I should come this way. Sure, I'll take the fight. Now that I know where I am. Probably shouldn't have Cindy doing the healing because he actually has reasonable attack power right now. Okay, up here there's the entrance to a place called Lake Sapia, or Sapia, which we stop by at just to get the warp destination. We definitely do not fight the dogs, the Blamna hounds. They use a very powerful fire spell called Blamna that we don't have access to ourselves against the entire party, and it hurts a lot. In principle, you can silence them, but I think I want another lamp at around this point. Okay, I'm over there. I think this junction. I'll come over here and pick up another lamp. That's a Bisna fruit. This is the way that leads to that lamp. Okay, we pass another junction. There's a healing mushroom over here that I will pick up, I suppose. Sure, it would be nice if there were a way to heal confusion. Or if confusion ever wore off. Which I don't think it does. That's my healing mushroom. Excuse me. Excuse me. These monsters don't actually chase you or anything, but their movement pattern sometimes cuts you off in annoying ways. Well, Patolus is asleep. And confused. I might just cancel this one. I'm not entirely sure what the bear wizard and the two lizards do, but I think they have fairly damaging spells that would be a pain to deal with, so I have usually not taken that fight. Probably turn on auto combat for the wolf fights if I... Okay, here we run into 4 people who are lost on their way to Izu. Remember them for later. We do have to talk to that one who was right in the way on the way through there. And we are now in yet another tunnel. This road is actually taking us to the main entrance to the Evil Emperor's castle, where we sneaked into earlier. Patolus is confused. Or was he asleep? I think he was confused. I don't want to deal with confusion. Okay, that puts us there. I am not going to go that far out of my way with difficult encounters to get another healing mushroom or another lamp. But I will come down this way. Not this one. Excuse me. Why would you randomly turn around right there? Usually monsters just move in straight lines until they bump into walls, but sometimes they turn unexpectedly. But here we pick up the Holy Staff, which we will need later, but I don't think we need it right now. That's eventually going to be Cindy's responsibility, but for right now, Cindy has a good enough physical attack that we can use him as a backup physical attacker. But the Holy Staff has the effect of casting a sleep spell. Okay. And we make it to a place called Oasis, which we only have to enter, get the warp destination, and leave immediately. We now warp back to Izu, where we were before. Oasis is basically the crossroads outside of the Evil Emperor's castle, where all the various regions of the underground bump into each other. But travel through there between regions is currently restricted, which is why we have to take back roads. But, coming back to Izu, we come to the new rich mayor's house, where we get mistaken for the 4 people who are coming from Oasis to work as hired help for a big party the rich mayor of Izu is currently having, where he's entertaining Commander Narissa of the Evil Emperor's army. And we get asked to deliver a object to the general back in the castle here. I'm going to step outside here and take a couple more fights just to get one more level on Rando and Cindy. But not here. I want to go back to Izu and take the slightly easier fights. But from the previous game, we would recognize that the item we are supposed to deliver to the general in the castle is the Gilmoran Tear, an ancient artifact of enormous power that is owned by King Celios and the Farlanan royal family. And because it's an ancient artifact of unlimited power, we are just going to give it to the Evil Emperor just to get into the castle, which is fine, I'm sure. Rando at level 11 is getting luck. Yeah, a couple more fights to get Cindy up to 12. Nope, too slow. Did not get silence off in time. But if we talk to the housekeeper in the rich mayor's house, we would be told that she doesn't have any extra uniforms for us to identify us as staff of the rich mayor, but Flora's normal privileged rich girl clothes look enough like servant clothes that she'll probably pass okay. I want to let silence recharge before I take any more of these fights, I think. I really don't need this level, but it's so close, I have to. Okay, Cindy at level 12 will get speed then luck. Okay. That's going to be our grinding, so we are going to head for the end of Chapter 2. Okay, for shopping, we absolutely need to warp back to the town of Colchis. Remember where the magic shop is? Right here. I can never remember that for some reason. By the spell of Serento. Not to be confused with the spell of Silas. If I can remember how to memorize spells. We will put that on Cindy. We will then warp to Uesis. There is a shady merchant hiding in the corner here. We will sell back that Sorrento book we just bought. As well as a bunch of our excess equipment. We are also going to unequip everyone's armor except Atolus. Sell that back. And buy 3 steel armors here. And equip those to everyone. We're actually a little bit ahead on money, so I think I'm fine for now. Make a backup save. I should have done that before I spent all my money, but whatever. As I was saying, we need to set Flora to the leader. That way the guards will recognize her as a servant of the rich mayor and let us into the evil castle. We find the commander over here, hand over the ancient artifact of unlimited power, and conveniently enough, he orders a random guard away from this way back into the sewers that we took earlier. And we are able to wander into the castle. The guards hear the noise, but they assume it's nothing because they think it's just someone torturing the prisoners in the room down there. Now, let's see. I'm going to try to do this at full speed, but I'll save just in case I get into a weird situation. Yeah. These guards look pretty similar to the ones we fought earlier. They are actually more powerful, though. And there is no real reason why we have to fight them. I do want to pick up this treasure chest, though. Okay, buffer space. Yay. That is another one of those illegal alcohol items that we gave to Bwald earlier. Just like in the previous game, alcohol revives people from the dead with full hit points. Also just like in real life. Yeah, we might be trapped in here. I think we're going to be trapped here. I might need to take a fight. I forget if these guards can use res or not. Yes, they can. So I should probably get rid of that. we still have any of the old school reserves? Yes, we do. The gimmick here is that they raise their swords, and if you don't hit them with a physical attack within a turn or so, they hit you with the sword for rather high damage. Okay, hopefully that'll be enough to get... Nope, that was not the one I really wanted to fight, but I think we can still navigate out of here. We're going to get into the fight again. Ow. We can move one step this way. 2 steps this way. And we should have a clear path to the door. Now, what I am going to do here... The boss fight starts as soon as we go down the stairs, but we do have a second to buffer a menu input before it starts, so we can heal or buffer going back up the stairs, so... I am going to carefully do that a couple of times until my spell slots fully recharge. That will do. And we will see if I can do this fight properly. This one is not too hard when you know what you're doing, but... And I've probably done more grinding than I strictly need to for it. This is Dareth. The gimmick here is that if you leave him alone for too long, he will start gathering chi power and hit you with it. But if you silence him, he is unable to do so. And he is also highly vulnerable to Sorrento, the single targeting silence spell. So you can use that to disable most of his damaging attacks. While still being able to use your own spells if you need them. Flora's dead, I don't think I care. For some reason, I decided that I didn't need to buff Atolus, though. We should probably do that. Ow, ow. But healing Atolus is more important. Ow. Yeah, I guess that's all the buffs we get. Yeah, I might have screwed this up by forgetting to get those buffs in, but we'll see. We're getting some pretty good crits to make up for it, so that's something. Let's go ahead and use 1 healing shroom. And I think we should be okay. Yeah, we're fine. And once again, all the experience comes to Atolus. Where are we? Atolus at 15 gets strength. Atolus at 16 gets strength. Atolus at 17 gets speed. And that's it. And here is King Celios, King Runen, Arian, whatever his name is, and Gale III, heir to the Thieves of Fungus. We rescue them. And the Emperor is angry about this. In retaliation, he commands that the number of monsters being produced in the surface world be increased even further. And this guy takes care of it. Flawed. Have we seen him before? I don't know. But it is suddenly revealed that the mayor of Izu was secretly Grandpa Gale, Gale III from the previous game's grandfather, who, shortly after the giant earthquake, came down into this cave and discovered the underground, made a whole lot of money by trading rare goods from the surface to people down here, and eventually ended up becoming mayor of Izu. As the rich mayor of Izu, he made friends with General Narissa, or Commander Narissa, of the Evil Emperor's army, and started pumping him for information, and learned that there were 3 people being held in here. He concluded that one of them was probably his grandson, and decided to sneakily help us get into the castle. So, we take the old heroes back to Rudia Castle, leave them here to heal because they are severely injured. Flora and Rando decide to go off on her subquest to find the goddess Freya, which we kind of forgot about in all the confusion. While Atolus decides to figure out a way to stop the monsters that are now swarming the overworld even more so than before. And Cindy continues following him because Cindy likes Atolus. So the first thing we do is warp back to Ishta. Come to the Resistance hideout. And ask Lidar, the leader, if he happens to know anything about how to stop monsters from swarming on the overworld. Lidar does not even know what an overworld is, so he has no idea. So we eventually wander around and come back to Izu. Just see if Grandpa Gale knows anything else. And we reunite with Rando and Flora. Basically, Flora went to the sanctuary at Yold to pray before they went off in search of Freya. And they found that Barbara, the High Priest, is now back in town. And Barbara might know something about the dragon's eggs and the monsters that are being spawned from them. We talk to Barbara, and she tells us that she secretly knows nothing and doesn't ever actually receive any secret messages from the goddess Freya. And she is currently disillusioned because she doesn't actually know anything and can't figure out how to stop the dragon's eggs from producing monsters. So she gives us the magic talisman that we need to enter a dragon's egg. I think I want to go to Larfa, not Silica. And we decide to go try to do that. But in order to get into a dragon's egg, we first have to push our way through hordes of monsters. Very powerful monsters that we have no chance of actually fighting usefully. I will turn on healing or auto combat just to make running away a little faster. As long as I remember to press the run away button. So we just have to dance in circles around the dragon's egg there to try to get an opening to sneak in. There are hordes of monsters right outside too, but they're not too hard to sneak through. So we're in Dragon's Egg. Rando starts pushing buttons randomly and sort of turns it off. But then it turns itself back on again, so we accomplish nothing. And we decide that pushing buttons randomly on an ancient artifact of world-destroying power is not a good idea, and decide not to do that anymore. So we head back to Izu. And check if Grandpa Gale is back here or not, which he is. He tells us... Where do I go next? Okay, we go back to Ishtar. He tells us that the Emperor has in custody some strange sages called the Masters, who seem to know something about monsters, and they are being held in a detention facility at a place called Pros. Not there. We ask Lidar if he knows a way to get into that detention facility, even though he knows nothing about the Masters themselves, but he does know that if you go to Lake Sapia, where we stopped earlier, you can get through one of many secret tunnels the Resistance knows about through a back way into the Cubera region where Pros is. So this is another one of those towers like we saw earlier. And much like the previous tower, and much like the dragon's eggs up on the surface, it is producing monsters. We pick up the Spell Ring, which will dramatically increase Flora's magic power, so we equip that to her. Do we take these fights? I think we take these fights. Maybe? Or do we wait for more? If nothing else, I think those things use res, don't they? I think we want... Well, we're doing okay damage, aren't we? Yeah, this is probably fine-ish. And we need the experience to catch everyone else up after Atolis got all those levels. So that's Flora hitting 12. She wants speed. There was another chest over here that I want. That one. That's another king mushroom. King mushrooms, despite being a plot trigger earlier, also work as powerful healing items. They are the next step above regular heal shrooms, for what it's worth. Can't heal during this fight because they silenced everything earlier. I have not been splitting when I'm supposed to split. What am I doing? I should probably heal Atolis a little too. With Flora's newfound magic power. So a couple of chests on the outside of the tower here. I am going to need quite a few levels at the end of this chapter, so there's going to be a fair amount of grinding that has to happen here. think I have healing spells off, don't I? Alright, that'll make things a little easier. Oops. Okay, there's a chest up here that I want. That's a lamp. There's one down here too. That's a bisna fruit for money purposes. Okay, and this, I believe, puts us back out into the tunnels. Now, where are we? We are now in the Cubera region, down here. I'm not going to get any of those items, I'm just going to go straight to Cubera. Let's see, Cindy is not really doing too much damage with his physical attacks now. So I believe this is where I transitioned Cindy away from being a physical attacker. In fact, let's turn this off for the moment. Get him set up. What we want to do is put Cindy on the Holy Staff and start trying to put these things to sleep. Then we can go back to auto combat fine. It won't happen all that often right now, but if we can get it off at least once, then it might prevent these things from continuing to call friends. Maybe. Maybe. Tolus can just get in one good hit now. Thank you. And everyone levels. That's the advantage of them calling for friends so much. It's a fairly quick experience. Rando hitting 12 gets strength, then int. Flora hitting 13. It's also strength, then int. Cindy, hitting 13, gets strength and luck. I don't really want to take too many more fights for now. Yeah, I'll try these. Oh, right. There's one other important thing I want to do first, but we did get sleep on one of them. Sleep is important because it makes them much more vulnerable to critical hits. So once you get something asleep, you can damage it down quite quickly. Ow. But if everyone's dead, there's no point in continuing the fight. Yeah. I can take this one, maybe. Oh, right. Important change in setup. We need to take this luck talisman off of Atolus and put it on Cindy, because that will improve Cindy's ability to get sleep off. Okay, so that puts us there. This is the entrance to the town of Cubera. We can't do anything there yet, but one thing I'm going to do before I move on is warp over to the town of Richelle, which is where the healing magic was sold earlier. Pick up tomes for Regina and Reef, which cure poison and recover dead characters, respectively. Get those set up, since I'll need them eventually. And I think being able to heal dead characters in here is probably to my advantage. Now we warp back to Cubera and continue. Let me think. We go that way first. I think my lamp wears out when I go back into the overworld, but that's fine. I should have plenty. But with Reef learned in my spell list, I should now be able to pick up fights even if someone gets killed accidentally. I think these fights are probably still a little too slow to be worth it, though. Until after I get a couple more upgrades here. Even with Atolus getting crits, he is not dealing a whole lot of damage. There is an important upgrade here that will improve our damage output that I'm probably just going to skip the rest of the fights in this area until I get that. Cindy, do you want to... Oh, right, you can't yet. Having Reef memorized doesn't actually help us if we haven't had the spell slot recharge yet. After you first memorize a spell, it is empty charge, so you have to wait for it to recharge. Okay, this is just a little side passage. Ow. Excuse me. Somewhere over there. This first junction we hit, we can go down, pick up a lamp, which is not too far out of the way, so I might as well. I am definitely going to have more lamps than I need, but okay, there are two important items in this corridor, in fact. Is that that? Yeah. Right? Okay, I think I left a passage off here. But this is actually Prost's detention facility. As you would expect, when you get here, the gate is locked, we can't get in. But we have to actually go here and verify that before the next plot trigger happens, so we do that. We then come over here. Excuse me. Okay, that's where we are. We come this way first. Ow. Pick up the Earth Axe, which is a weapon upgrade that we give to Atolus. That will help him a lot in the fights here. Down. Next. Okay, we do go up, then right. There is another illegal alcohol over here. I can probably start taking these fights now that I have that Earth Axe, especially on the lower HP ones like these. See how it goes, at least. Still don't have quite the damage to, or the luck to take these things out faster than they can call for help, though. Thank you. Okay, Atolus at 17. Wants speed. Rando at 13 wants strength. Where did I just come from? I just picked up that secret liquor. Straight through the intersection. Where am I? Did I go up at the intersection when I said straight through? What am I doing? We get the opener ring, which existed in the last game as well. It is just as good. It boosts your attack power by a dramatic amount, so we should now do a lot more damage to these monsters and be a lot more prepared to do grinding on them. And while these couple of fights sort themselves out, I'm going to take a quick break and be right back. Okay, we won that one. Should be... Oh, we have a level for Cindy. 14. So that's luck. And we should have one more start, and I will be right back again. Yay, we did it. So, having gotten those couple of items, I believe that's all I need here. Just sanity checking really quick. Earth Axe, Shroom Shine, open a ring. So we can now warp back to Cubera. Trying to think if I need... Yeah, there's a boss fight coming up that I always forget about, but... once we get to Cubera, we come over here to the Resistance hideout in this region. They recognize us as Resistance members because we have our Warrior's Flute with us. The guy inside tells us that there is a person named Morgan who used to dig tunnels for the Resistance all over the place, but he's currently being stubborn and not working. So we need to go find him and convince him to dig a tunnel into Pro's detention facility for us. Okay, I'm wrong. There's not another boss fight coming up. I'm thinking of one in the next chapter. So we come past these two junctions. Now that Atolus has that attack power ring, he should be doing a lot more damage in these fights and much better able to keep up with the monsters. Rando hitting 14. Once int. Flora also hitting 14. Once strength and int. We go up from the intersection. This is another tunnel. I believe the enemies are a little stronger, so I don't know if I am going to take these fights or not, but there is nothing too important in these tunnels, so we shouldn't be here too long. I think I can do the fights with the whatever these are, orc guys. Gorigyu? Whatever that means. I don't know, they're hitting pretty hard. So doable, but I'm not sure if it's worth the risk or not. Which junction is that? Oh, there. Got it. There are a couple of minor items over to the sides there, but I don't really need any of them, so... Here... That's just an antidote, we definitely don't need that. I will come down here and pick up one more lamp, since it's really close to our destination. I could probably take this one. A little bit of extra healing. I was hoping someone would heal Atolus, but that'll do. I don't know, maybe not. Cindy is still not super accurate with that holy staff, but that will change eventually. What does Cindy get at 15 speed? So this right up here is Morgan's house, who we are looking for. I believe we talked to the apprentice here, Sammy. Then we talked to Morgan himself. Morgan is... or do we do it the other way around? Talk to the apprentice. Okay, there we go. There's the trigger. At any rate, Morgan's stubborn, doesn't want to do it, so the apprentice runs off to do it himself. We warp back over to Pro's detention facility. Find the apprentice here futilely trying to dig through a wall. Morgan decides to show up after all and show him how to do it properly. And we have a way into the detention facility. We see that guy Flood from the cutscenes in here talking or arguing with a couple of old guys in the prison. They mentioned the name Freya, so we are intrigued. Flawed happens to walk right past us, obliviously. And we have to fight a couple of groups of guards here. After making sure to turn off our auto combat off. I believe these are vulnerable to sleep. Excellent. Make sure we actually do our buffing. They are called poison guards because they eventually surround themselves with poison gas that I believe effectively counters physical attacks with poison or something. I don't know exactly how it works, but this fight shouldn't take long enough for it to matter, but we'll see. Okay, there we go. We're fine. Flora misses the experience, but I don't care. Oh, there's another one. That's right. Well. Okay, they're both asleep. You just make sure this one stays asleep. Hopefully you'll get another turn that you can use to revive Flora. Thank you. Probably no point in buffing Atolus anymore at this point. And we are done. And I finally remember a split. Flora hitting 15. Needs int, then speed. So we head into the prison, find these old guys who Flawed was arguing with earlier. They know what the surface is when we talk about it, which no one else underground did. They tell us that's because they are the ancestors of people who lived on the surface a very long time ago. But they refuse to tell us much more, other than giving us very vague instructions about how to shut down the dragon's eggs. So, we're eventually going to go do that. But first, we have to grind. Of course. Let's see. What do I eventually want to do for grinding? I have plenty to buy those shield upgrades that I want, so I should probably do that before the grind rather than after. In Izu. Don't need these old weapons or this beast fruit. Oh, I have a cold staff that I could equip in place of that fire staff now. Which is on who? Flora? The cold staff was dropped by, what's his name? The boss of Chapter 1, or Chapter 2. So we want to buy 4 of these invincible shields, which unfortunately do not actually make us invincible. But they help our defense quite a bit. And I don't usually have that much money here, so I want to go to Cubera and farm outside there. And I am eventually aiming for Atolus to be 19, the others being 17, 17, 17. So Atolus is going to take a little while to get to 19, but Atolus will be at 19 pretty soon, but the others are going to take a little while to get to their goals. Rendo hits 15, where he gets luck, then int. But the important thing is that I want both Rendo and Flora to have over 250 HP, roughly. So Rando's already nearly there. Depending on how Flora's strength growth worked out, she may or may not get the necessary amount before 17, but we shall see. So maybe I should take more care not to let Flora miss out on experience during this chapter, because her level is pretty much the limiting factor for when we are ready to take on the boss. Atolus hits 19 and gets speed. Cindy hits 16, gets speed. Sometimes the AI is not quite as smart as one would like. I would prefer it if it focused on at least eliminating one of the monsters before actually reviving someone, but most of the time it's good enough. In some ways it is surprisingly good for a AI from 1992. One interesting thing about it is that it is smart enough to notice what spells or status effects monsters are resistant to and not use them. Flora hitting 16. And then luck. Sometimes it's a little slow to find monsters in these corridors. I kind of wonder if maybe there are better places to grind where they spawn more regularly. Like if you go back over to the boulder we broke earlier outside of Lake Sapia, monsters pour out of there. But they're slightly lower level monsters. Like right there, Rando was smart enough to guard instead of using the lightning staff against these things because I think they counter lightning effects somehow. Rando just hit 16. He wants speed. But I believe that the first time you fought a monster like that that absorbs or counters a spell type, you would just use it regularly with the auto combat, but then after you've seen it happen at least once or fought that battle at least one time, then it sets a flag somewhere that you know what to do and what not to do against that monster and starts adapting strategy accordingly. So I guess this was around the time when game designers were saying, yeah, grinding is critical to RPGs, so we need to make sure that the players have to grind a lot and feel rewarded for grinding. But on the other hand, grinding is kind of boring, so maybe we should give them robust auto-combat tools so they can kind of automate most of their grinding. Of course, granted, the amount of grinding you see in a speedrun like this is misleading because during a casual playthrough you would be spending a lot of time exploring and going through dead ends and whatever else. In a speedrun, I know exactly where to go, so I can skip a lot of the exploration and a lot of the encounters that would come along with exploration. And then have to make up for it with deliberate grinding later on. But even with that caveat, this game seems pretty grinding heavy. Cindy at 17 will get speed. Flora, 17. She now has over 250, so she's ready. She gets luck, then speed. But I'll still pick up the level for Rando as long as I'm here, since he's so close. If I can find another encounter. Yeah, maybe not. That's several encounters to go. Let's see. The combat, we just go back to the surface and turn on Dragon's Eggs, so turn off Dragon's Eggs. So let's go do that. It doesn't really matter what order you do these in, but there are 3 that are remaining at this point, and we don't want auto combat on, or we don't want to do auto combat. We want to use auto combat to run quickly. But But all of the monsters out here are very dangerous, even after that grinding we did. Someone run, please. Thank you. Get in here. We do the buttons the way the master guy told us to. And this egg shuts down. Then pop over to the next egg. And do the same thing. Those armored guys there do have a drop that would be nice to get if I were able to. It's basically a significant armor upgrade that also lets you, I think, just heal yourself. I'm not sure. But it's armor with a healing effect. But it is really darn difficult to win that encounter at these levels. And even if you win it once, the drop rate doesn't seem all that high, so... I don't think it is particularly practical as a real speedrun strategy. Ah, I missed it. Get in there, thank you. You could turn the movement speed down when you're doing these things and make it a little easier to dodge monsters more precisely, but then you have to remember to turn it back up before any of these cutscenes happen. So there's 2 eggs in Won't Leak there. We got both of them. The last remaining one is over here in Far Lane. Again, you could do these in any order, but I don't have any particularly strong reason why this one is a good one to do last, but get in there, please. Can I get in from here? I don't think I can. For reasons I am not particularly clear on, by the way, all the eggs in everywhere with sides, Far Lane and Won't Leak, are shut down at this point. But the boss is waiting for us inside whichever dragon's egg we decide to do last. So after we force our way through the hordes of monsters outside of it, we need to do whatever healing we need to do. Was there... Now that I think about it, I think okay, we have the spell setup we need, so... Yeah, we're okay. And make sure we turn off auto combat. Make our safety save in case I have forgotten something or whatever. Okay, this is Gannoa. He is a difficult boss. Atolus is just going to hit him. Rando and Flora are going to buff Atolus. Cindy is going to try to act I did forget something. We also want to come to Izu. Buy a reasonable amount of these Restona mushrooms, which are a full party heal 500 HP. And make sure we have some of those for the boss fight. So now we need to push through the hordes of monsters again. Ah, I missed it. No, I can't get in from there. As long as there are enough on the screen, the egg doesn't spawn anymore. But when there are enough of them on the screen, it is bloody hard to push through them. Okay, let's try this again. Get all our healing in. Wait for the spell slots to recharge. Turn off auto combat. Make our backup save and attempt the fight, finally. Okay. As mentioned before, Atolus is attacking. Cindy is standing by to heal when necessary. This is not nearly so. Yeah, the timing on that was really bad. This probably isn't going to go anywhere, but... Let's see, I have a couple of these smuggled alcohol that I can use to revive someone with full health, and immediately have her get silenced anyway. I think this one's fated to go nowhere. But Gannoa has an attack that it spams all the time that manipulates fire and does 250 to 300 damage to the whole party. Nothing you can do to avoid it or prevent it. That's not enough to keep the mages alive. I'm probably gonna have to abandon this one too. He is practically immune to magic. And he occasionally poisons you. Okay, I probably just need to be a little more aggressive at healing here. We basically want to make sure that we keep Flora and Rando high enough in health that they can survive the fire attack whenever he does that. Or at least have some chance of surviving it. If he gets a good roll and does more than 250 or so, then we're screwed. And in most of my tests, having HP this high was enough to survive it most of the time, but we really just need them to survive through a few rounds, enough to get a couple of buffs on Atolus. I have all the right armor on, yes? What is Atolus using for a weapon? Where is my Earth Axe? Why do I not have an Earth Axe equipped on Atolus? Where can I go to buy the Earth Axe? Kibera? 8,000. It's not gonna get me there. Okay, I can sell one of these mushrooms. Okay, once again, we have to push through the monsters outside the Dragon Egg. You. Excuse me. Maybe I should get that one extra level for Rando, but we'll see. Probably more important for the mages to get their buffs in than heal themselves. Okay. Got at least a couple of buffs on Atolus now that he at least has the proper weapon. Maybe he can do enough damage to get through this. Is it worth curing? Yeah, do that. Now I have no way to cure poison on Cindy now, so... I guess we'll let Cindy die whenever he dies and hope that it lasts long enough. Ow. Don't attack again. Okay, Cindy is no longer functional because of the poison. If we can get a couple of good hits from Atolus here, we might be able to solo this. Nope. are almost there, but I think not getting the 17th level for Rando is probably a mistake. Okay, can we at least get one mage surviving? Nope. Cindy's gone now. Yep. Come on, just a couple of good hits. We're almost there. Nope. Oops. That's not supposed to happen. Hey, how about that? Rando actually survived after making a horrible mistake. Maybe he'll get another round to make up for it. Okay, Atolus is silenced. That doesn't matter. Rando's dead now. We don't have any heals left. We do still have some of these. Go ahead and do that. Survive. Thank you. Thank you. So Atolus, again, should get a bunch of levels out of that. 20. Starts with strength, as always. Go into speed. Yay, we did it. That is the end of Chapter 3. And everyone's happy that the surface is safe. But Flora suddenly has a vision of the town of Ishtar and the resistance there being arrested while someone prepares to do something horrible. And it's too late, we can't get there in time. So we arrive in Ishtar, too late, find it in ruins. Okay. So, important to take care of now. We warp to the town of Silica, which is where the sages from the first game all live now that they're no longer needed to teach people spells. Except this guy, who has been researching more powerful fire and ice spells for his entire life, and the staff fragment we picked up from Gannoa gives him the inspiration he needs to develop the spell of Blamna, and Hudona, which we don't use. And we need that for plot reasons. And because we need it for plot reasons, we just stick it on Cindy, because we don't care how powerful it is. Next. We warp to Izu. There's a woman over here, center-right-ish, who tells us that the resistance was rounded up and arrested, and that Ishtar was destroyed by some kind of fancy weapon that the Emperor has. We come in here. Gale's not here, but we can raid his treasure room. Get a secret liquor and a quick ring. For the time being, I'm not going to use the quick ring. I may not use it at all. But... Okay. We are going to warp directly to Uesis. Talk to the guards up here, start a fight with them, which allows them to arrest us and imprison us in the castle, which is where we want to go anyway. We have Cindy smash down the door. And we are in the castle again, easy as that. Coincidentally in the same room where Celios et al. Were imprisoned earlier. And one thing I do like about the way they designed this game is that you do get to wander around in the final dungeon. Spoiler alert, the Emperor's Evil Castle is the final dungeon, relatively early in the game, and gradually see more and more pieces of it, until you eventually just freely raid it in the ending. But for now, there are going to be a lot of monsters wandering around guarding it. Yeah, we can safely do that. Just making sure out of paranoia that I know where I'm going. Some of these fights I think I can safely take. Maybe. Yeah, this is taking too long. There is one critical thing I am missing before I can do these fights comfortably. Note that these blobby guards, they have alert behavior. Can I get out of there? No, I can't. Start it over. Oops. Oh, if we warp out of the castle, we can't go in through the fighting the guards route again, but this kid lets us through the side gate. I thought that would work. Excuse me. And straight up through here. And straight out the back. A couple of important chests here. Weapon upgrade for Atolus. More importantly, in here we get the light staff, which we are going to put on Flora. That is instant death. Wait. That's the Earth Axe. How did you end up with the Earth Axe? Light staff goes on Flora. Cold staff goes on Rando. And then healing goes on everyone. But the idea here is that because Cindy, with his high luck, is reasonably capable of getting sleep on these things, once they are asleep, they have no resistance to instant death. So Flora can just instantly kill them as soon as they fall asleep with the light staff. That means, when it works properly, that we can get through these random battles much quicker. Rando finally catching up at 17, wants speed. That's another issue with not getting that last level for Rando. That speed's kind of important for him. Cindy's dead, we can't do this. Whatever, we don't need these fights that badly. Go pretty quickly in here, checking my map. That takes us there. We're going to go to the left and stay left. We need to buffer space here. There we go. Okay, that puts us on the outer wall of the castle here. We should be able to just run through, but we'll see. Yep. That puts us down there. There are a couple of chests in here I do want to pick up for healing consumables after we used all our healing in the last fight. Might be able to take that fight with the Minotaur thing, but we'll see. Not like that, I can't. Well, I guess Rando's just not meant to do this. But we do get levels here. Atolus gets 23. Wants luck. Cindy gets 18. Wants speed. These things are pretty darn dangerous. I would rather not mess with them. Are you going to trap me in here? I really don't need that badly. That's just a beast and a fruit for selling later. That's a Restona mushroom that is helpful to replenish. They're a little expensive. So that's basically the only really mazy part of this castle for the moment. Here we just go straight up. This is just a long, narrow hallway. I think we go left first. Ow. Yeah, we're not doing that. Oh great, another one spawned up top. And I thought I was being clever by leaning it around the outside. And we run into Flard, or Flod. We point out to him that no monsters are spawning on the surface anymore, so we should probably stop generating them in the underworld. He refused to believe that any such thing is happening because the Emperor would never allow it. And runs off. Well, this is lovely. We then spot him talking to the Emperor himself, where the Emperor denies that there's any problem and says that Flod just needs to trust him. And then up here we find Grandpa Gale looting the castle. And he gives us the pass that we need to go into the next critical area. Where do we go next? Doesn't really matter. Just out. Okay, the idea at this point is that we also learned in the process of Ishtar being destroyed that the Emperor also recaptured the Masters who we liberated from Pros earlier. Why do I keep forgetting where I'm going? Uesis. And they are now being held in another detention facility in the Will region. And we just got from Grandpa Gale the pass that we need to get into the Will region. You can... It's going to take a very long time. You can only use this pass once, so it'll be a little awkward if you warp out of here before getting another warp destination, but we should be fine. If you were to warp out right now, you would basically need to go back into the castle, find Grandpa Gale looting that same chest. Can we take this fight yet? Well, if we get lucky like that, we certainly can. Welcome back, Rotus. Long. The boss fight at the end of Chapter 3 took a number of tries, for a number of different reasons, but we got through it. Now... Okay, we're over there. There's a lamp in this passage, but I doubt I need it. All good? Yeah, we're fine taking this fight. Let me see. First, I forgot to buy healing items, so I had to leave the fight and come back again. Then I realized that I sold the wrong weapon for my main melee attacker earlier on, so I had to go emergency buy a backup weapon. And every time I left the fight and came back, I have to navigate through a maze of monsters. Who is this? Flora at 18. Int. So basically, there is a pretty big time loss in the split at the end of Chapter 3. That someone who cares to run this game again could perhaps save a lot of time on. At this rate, chances are that such a person will not be me. Where am I now? Over here. Okay. I would like to run it again, because I would like to know what a good run of this has for time, but a run that is probably 8+ hours, even in the best case, is not something I am going to be able to commit time to all that frequently. Okay, we first go up from the intersection here. There is a sword upgrade over here. Not there. I am completely misreading this. We go right from the intersection. And then down. It would help if I pay attention to my own map. There it is. This one doesn't matter a whole lot. It might make the random encounters through here a little faster. Speaking of which, I should probably heal Rando there. I would say most of these monsters don't do a whole lot, but every one of them seems to be critting and insta-killing me. Note that Flora is defending there rather than trying to spam the instant death staff, meaning that the AI knows that these things are immune to instant death. Rando's at 18 and needs strength. Oh, Cindy gained a level 2. 19. Luck. At this point, we're basically just having Cindy's trade off between strength and luck. Or speed and luck, sorry. Important difference. Which way am I going now? Down one to a junction, then left. Yeah, this is all auto battle right now. And the auto battle has an option for automatically healing as necessary. Unless, of course, everyone is silenced. I'm just going to take the death in this one, so I don't have to waste time healing. And just respawn right before the battle anyway. I don't recall what these do, but this is a fight I've normally avoided taking, even though I did get a lucky sleep right at the beginning of that one. So we're going to hit a junction here. Which way do we go? We go down. And continue left. This takes us to the town of Will, but we can't get in because the gate is locked, probably on the Emperor's orders. But we do happen to overhear the Resistance doing some resistance-y things over on the other side of the gate. And we hear them say something about going back to Cubera, so after all that walking, we just have to warp back to Cubera anyway. And meet up with them here. So we meet up with Ratia, talk to her a little bit. She says that we will sneak into the castle together tomorrow and try to get the masters out. But overnight, she decides that she's going to go in on her own because she's the one who got them imprisoned in the first place. But we overhear that there is a secret passage out of Cubera towards the Will region that they are using, which happens to be under this person's bed. And there happens to be a boss fight here. And I don't think we need to do anything specific to set up for it, so I'm just going to go. Or at least, other than turn off auto battle. I also forgot to split coming out of the castle. So, the gimmick here is that Kazazoom has a wall of ice that we need to use this new Blamna spell that we got earlier to break before we can do anything to it. Now, Kazazoom is capable of killing everyone with ice spells. I think I'm supposed to use Silence at the beginning of this fight, aren't I? To prevent that from happening. Okay. Ow. That's fine. We can silence now, and that won't be a problem anymore. Now, what I was trying to say before I was interrupted, Kazazoom is vulnerable to sleep, so it would be really nice if we can manage to get sleep to take effect on it. Oops. That's the wrong person to defend. You keep trying to sleep it. One of the mages can be responsible for healing. Because if we don't get it to sleep, it's eventually going to split in half and be more annoying than it already is. But the chances of sleep working do not seem to be all that high. So it's not super likely to work out that way. Yeah, there we go. But after they split, they also start using healing items on themselves. At least once per. Do I have any more Restona shrooms? I do not. Ow. Ow. Try to take the attack. That works. You need to get Tolus healed. Ow. Do I have anything else? Just the big healing item. Might as well use it. There's your healing item happening. That's fine. If you can just not crit Atolus, that would be nice. And then we should be done with this fight. Thank you for critting Atolus right after I told you not to. Okay, thank you. That fight should go better than that, but sometimes it doesn't. Rando caught a level. Where is he? 19. Int. I think my stat plan also has me a little bit higher for that fight, doesn't it? Yeah. So that's part of why it was more of a pain than it should have been. Anyway, we continue into the tunnels and try to find our way to the town of Will by the back way. How do I get there? That is this section. Okay, I guess Atolus gets XP. That's gonna put Atolus at 24. Getting luck. Yeah. Didn't really mean to do that, but I think the fights in this area I'm better off doing manually anyway. Like this one, we pretty much just have to beat on it, so I think it makes more sense to buff Atolus up for it. Since it is not actually vulnerable to either instant death or sleep. Sometimes it causes instant death. Oh, I should be healing. Okay, Flora. Levels to 19. Int. am I? Okay, intersection. I go down, then right. And here I pick up a shield upgrade for Atolus. I continue to the left and squiggle around here. Ow. Okay, next tunnel, where do I go? Okay, this is going to be helpful. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm not going to take that fight when my spell charges aren't up. Also when I'm not healed. So, I believe I go up this junction here. And this is the sword upgrade for Atolus in the Force set. That should make these fights a little faster. Ow. Never mind. Okay, thank you. That's how this is supposed to work. They do that if I let them. Which isn't the worst thing, because those are more experience, but they also hit you a lot. Ow, ow. Oh, come on. Thank you. I am going to need all these levels, so I have to take the fights. Ow, ow. heal each other. Whatever. This is going to be easier later. No, I don't want to do that. Okay, this is just this little short tower section. Short cave water section. These weird fish things are kind of nice for grinding sometimes, but they do frequently put up bubble barriers that you have to break down with any magic attack. Otherwise, they do a lot of damage to the whole party. And that's kind of annoying to deal with. And I don't think they are particularly vulnerable to either sleep or instant death, but I'll take one fight here since it'll probably take forever to go around it, but okay, they didn't get a chance to put up their water barriers, so that one went pretty smoothly. Rando is hitting 20. He gets int. Oops. Not that it matters. There it is, and now we need to wait around while Rando breaks that down. Or we just have Cindy hit it with Blamna. And it's back. Let's take the damage, I guess. Fortunately, we do gain levels pretty quickly during this section, so Cindy is hitting 20. Needs luck. Yeah. I don't have the health to take this fight. No, not if they start out with a bubble barrier up. I'm not going to deal with that. Okay, but now we find ourselves in this well that leads us up into the town of Will, which we saw earlier. Now, when we get to Will, I want to buy some armor upgrades for people. Do I have the money to do it now? Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. Don't need that, don't need that. Don't need that. Also, before I forget, I should throw away that Lambda Tome that I no longer need. So, to buy Force Armor, I need 40,000. I can buy 2 of those at this point. Did you equip it? Okay. So that'll protect the mages a little better. At least I'll need to come back and buy one for Cindy later. I should probably just use another lamp. My light's starting to dim a little bit. Okay, now we have another lengthy section to go through. Where does this actually start? Up there. I can sometimes fight these. They are capable of transforming into large insect things. This time they did not. Flora hitting level 20 will need int. May not have stats for this fight yet, but... Okay, we got one to sleep. That'll help. Okay, they're both asleep. Cindy just needs to keep them asleep. I believe they are immune to instant death, so Flora doesn't need to bother attacking them. Tolus hitting 25, gets speed. Okay, there's a junction here. We go off to the side here. This is a bit of a detour, but there is an important item over here. Keep going, we find the junction. Too slow, I'm not going to take that fight this time. And come back around this way, and we get the luck ring, which we put on Cindy. It is a dramatic or a pretty good upgrade relative to the old luck charm we had. We can now throw away the luck charm. You can buy more luck charms in Neria now if you really wanted to, but... And we are going to warp back to Will and start this section over, because it's a little faster than walking out. But the luck charm should dramatically improve Cindy's chances of getting sleep on these things. But if it is instead Cindy who goes to sleep, I will not take the fight. I'm surprised I didn't run into any of those crowds of them. Should also pay attention to where I'm going. Okay, there's the transformation. And we did manage to put the transformed one to sleep. Okay, there we go. Rando hits 21. Where is he? Speed. And I think I might be able to go back to auto combat now. But we'll see. Because now that we have Cindy with the luck ring, plus Flora's light staff, we should be able to get through these fights pretty safely and quickly most of the time. Except when stuff like that happens. Is that the way I go? No, this is the way to the luck ring where I just went. Now we go down. We don't want to do auto combat in this fight, so I guess I don't want it on yet. Okay, that worked well. The gimmick with the Blamna Queen here. Despite her name, she doesn't normally just cast Blamna the spell. Flora, where are you? Thank you. But she has these two guard things with her that will take hits for her. Flora is 21. Int. Cindy, I don't care about specifically. I'm just going to keep balancing his stats. Strength and luck. Where am I? Okay, there. There's 3 intersections here. I go straight up in the second one. Thank you. Oh, come on. Really? Thank you. Ow. Rando is 22. He wants speed. Can I take this fight? I forget. I think I don't really want that fight. Okay, I'm over there. There is a king mushroom over here. Ow. I don't know what they're doing, but I don't like the setup here. So I keep going down this little side passage and come in here. This is an area called the Nessa Outskirts or Nessa Rim, something like that. There's nothing we can do there for now, but eventually there will be. Okay, it's asleep. Beautiful. Looks like it is not vulnerable to instant death. So that fight probably isn't really worth it. Flora, hitting 22, wants speed. Cindy, we are just going to keep balancing. Thank you. Okay, that brings us back here to these intersections. Get to the one in the middle, keep going, and pretty much just follow this straight to the next stairs. This fight should be a lot more straightforward now that we have more of a guarantee of getting them to sleep, sometimes. You should probably be healing. Didn't think that was due to wake up for a while yet, but okay. Ow. Go back to sleep, please. Thank you. Okay, how is this one structured? First junction, we go straight through. Fortunately, this passage is back to the slightly easier enemies, I think. Thank you. The Tolus is going to be 26. Speed. Given all the auto combat options the game has, I kind of wish it had an auto heal option for outside of combat. As far as I know, it has no such option. Okay. In this fight, you do want to kill the Blamna Queen first. If you don't, if one of the minions dies first, then she explodes in a fire attack every time you kill a minion. It is hard to kill her first normally because the minions protect her, but if you are able to put her sleep and then instant death her, it's no big deal. First intersection, we'll go straight through. Next one we go. This is a alcohol, I think. I don't think we're going to be able to do this fight too easily right now, since we missed so many opportunities to put the queen to sleep, but where am I? I just got that secret alcohol. So we're going to keep following the main passage here. It's going to go down and left. There's a downward junction that we skip. It's probably going to level Rando. 23. Speed. Do we go up here? We do not. Continue to down here where there's an intersection. We go this way. You get a free force armor, the last of the set that Atolus needs. Thank you. Flora's 23. Speed. Okay. When we get to the intersection, we just go left and go. And this should be the end of this tunnel section. And the last tunnel we actually have to go through in the game. Other than grinding. Oops. Why am I putting the one that's almost dead and already asleep to sleep again? Cindy is hitting 23. Luck. Cindy doesn't matter, we just go back and forth. Okay, and we arrive in Barren Prison, or Barren Detention Center. We can't get in, it's locked, obviously. But we stand outside and listen to the guards talk, and we hear that Commander Narissa, who we saw with Gale earlier, has fled the Emperor because he disagrees with the Emperor's practices right now. So we need to go find him. He is hiding out in the Nessa outskirts where we were earlier. Okay, far left. And down here. Thank you for being a crab. I can take the crab fights, no problem. Thanks for the lamp that I no longer have any use for. Okay, not that way. First thing, and then over here. Here he is. I'm losing track of the plot, but I think he says that he's willing to help us get the Masters out of the prison. I am going to go back to Will for now. As soon as I warp over to Barren Prison... Who is that? That's Atolus. Atolus can't heal. As soon as I warp over to Barren Prison, the fight starts, but it's not much of a fight, it's just guards at this point. But I do want to come pick up this last armor upgrade for Cindy. Also, at this point, I no longer need any of these lamps, so we can get rid of them forever. Probably also don't need that. I may or may not need those antidotes, but I'll hold on to them. I will make a backup save here. And we will go head for the prison. I think I'm incorrect. This is where the Resistance members are being held, not the Masters. I'm not sure if we know the difference now, but... Okay. I forget what matters in this fight, but... Ow. I think they might heal themselves, but I'm not sure. Maybe not. I'm also not sure if you can put them to sleep or not, but... Thank you for not attacking Flora right after I revive her. That's actually a split. I should remember to split. And Commander Narissa does indeed open the prison for us. And we find Ratia in here. I believe we learned that the Masters have actually been taken back to Pros Prison, where we were earlier. Let's see. I need one more level for everyone, so I am going to go grind that. Back outside of Will. I think. Out here. Yeah, this is the... Right? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Game. I'm not sure how much more dangerous the bug form is, but... Quite a bit more dangerous is the answer. Can we just get one of these put to sleep, please? Or something? Thank you. Get me out of here. I can deal with that. I'd rather not have Atolus put to sleep, but I guess if we put the thing to sleep, we can take care of it. That's the level for Rendo. I'm guessing he gets speed. Speed. Ow. Flora is probably speed. Yep. Cindy is just balanced. This should be the last fight we need. Okay, Atolus, I am pretty sure, gets speed. Okay, we can now warp back somewhere safe. I do want to... Okay, I do have preparations to make, that's important. I want to warp to Swell. By the Repock spell. I want to warp to Baznoon. Walk over here to Sidal again. By the Serra spell. Flora is going to get Repock. I wanted to put that here, but whatever. And both Flora and Rando are going to get 2 slots of Sarah. Oops. If I can menu properly. And I guess that's all I need to do. No, that's not all I need to do. I need to warp to Izu. Sell those spell books now that I'm done with them. And buy myself a whole bunch of Restona shrooms. Literally as many as I can carry. Make my backup save, and while my spell charges refill there, I am going to take a quick break. Be right back. Okay, let us continue. I did make my backup save, so let us warp to Pros again. The guards are fixed movements, but you can pretty much run past them. There is nothing else further back in Pros, so... Right there is where the battle takes place. So, we'll try it and see what happens. The masters are lined up for execution here with this massive ancient cannon that they helped invent by this guy, Diggins, who is a very difficult boss fight. Let's start with Sarah to buff the speed. Immediately, he's going to summon these 2 Drast ghosts that sit on the sidelines. What I want to do is try to eliminate one of the ghosts as soon as I can. Can I continue in this state? I do want Flora to have Repock up as soon as she can, but... He also puts people to sleep. Do I have any single target mushrooms? I think I need to do that. Every so often, he lifts his tail. Oh, that was a nice crit. Maybe there's hope for this fight. We need to heal Rando there. Desperately. After he lifts his tail, the next turn is going to be fixed 400 damage on 2 characters that also poisons them. So we want to try to keep everyone above 400 HP if we possibly can. Atolus is asleep again, of course. What am I doing? I think in principle you can put the Draskos to sleep, but not very often. While you can silence everyone involved, they just use even more powerful physical attacks if you do so. So it is not a great idea to do so if you can avoid it. Rando needs a little healing. Oops. Well, I accidentally used silence. So that's going to make this fight a lot harder. So I don't think it's going to happen this time. I think because they are silenced, the ghosts are now intercepting a lot of attacks that go to Diggins himself. Okay, let's see if we can get a better setup on this. Flora needs to use Repock immediately. Oddly, I didn't really see him using his... what's it called? Eudora spell. Not sure why. Because he is supposed to be spamming that every few turns and having that bounce off of Flora's Repock. But you can't put Repock on the whole party, because if you do, he just won't use it, and will instead use his tail attack over and over. There's the Eudora. Rando's dead. We can just do that. Hopefully someone will get a turn with a Restona Shroom here in a moment. There we go. Okay, thank you for not putting Atolus to sleep over and over. We are fine for the tail attack. Now Flora died from it. No one else really took damage, so maybe we just... yeah, let's do it this way. Cindy needs healing too. We can't use that though, so we do need to revive Flora that way. I would say just leave her dead because she's almost out of spell slots, but... We do want Flora alive so she can bounce Eudora back when and if he chooses to use it. He's supposed to have a fixed pattern of doing this every 4 turns, I think. Sometimes it doesn't really feel like it, but in theory that's how it's supposed to work. We should probably heal Cindy there. We should also have Flora heal herself. He doesn't have his tail out, so she's not in imminent danger, I guess, but she doesn't really have anything better to do right now. That's all the buffs we have. At this point, it's not really a problem if Rando dies, but... Thank you. Can you kill that ghost, please? Come on. Eventually, they run out of spell slots. Really? Okay for the tail attack. We were. Thank you. Now this is... why I have antidote items on hand, so that I can cure Flora's poison if I need to keep her alive. Okay, or we could just kill him. That works too. Yay, we did it. We get the Sage's Ring, which is an intelligence boost. I don't know why we'd want that, but it's there. Okay, Flora is at 25, so she's getting strength. Cindy is also at 25. Cindy is just balancing strength and or speed and luck. And that's the end of Chapter 4. There is now a long cutscene where the Masters will explain the secret history of Iselhasa. Hundreds of millions of years ago, they lived on the surface in a high-tech civilization. That civilization was wiped out by Agnija, who we met in the previous game. During the course of that disaster, Freya, who I don't know if they explained the nature of at this point, but Freya led some of the people underground and built a cold storage facility to keep them in cryogenic sleep until the plant's biosphere recovered from the destruction by Agnija. Several generations ago, a few hundred years ago, people woke up and found that there was a new species of people living on the surface. They decided that trying to make contact at this point would be too dangerous, and instead they mind-wiped all the people who were waking up from cryo-freeze and created a new underground culture from those people. But over time, the ruler of those people, the current emperor, decided that he wanted to take over the surface as well, and started demanding that the masters use their knowledge of technology and science to create weapons and monsters that he was able to use to do so. And that brings us more or less to where we are today. I am going to take a quick break while this text scrolls through, and be right back. Needless to say, we are now going to decide that we are going to take on the Emperor himself, and we are going to use that ancient weapon he was about to use to execute the Masters to do so. And also the Masters are going to make additional powerful equipment for the endgame. Also worth noting, the Masters live ordinary human lifespans, so they have to pass on their knowledge before they die, and they do so by taking apprentices. Flawed, who is the person responsible in the castle for controlling the dragon eggs and creating monsters by using Freya, who has basically been reduced to a mindless monster generator at this point, was previously the apprentice of one of the masters who knows how Freya functions. And he was persuaded by the Emperor to use his knowledge for the benefit of the Emperor's plans. Okay. First thing I want to do for the endgame, I would like to have a Poiso tome on hand, which I can buy in Colchis. If I can remember where the shop is, again. I'm also going to warp to Richelle again and buy a Res Tome for the third time. I then go to Cubera. Do I have any item slots I need to clear out? I do want to sell that Sage's Ring. I probably don't need all those antidotes anymore. At least not all of them. Okay, everything else is stuff I need. Oh, I do want to unequip all my stuff. Let's sell it. Not that. Yeah. I guess that too, I don't really need it. Not that. And not the rings. Almost had enough slots. You may wonder why I am bothering to sell all that stuff when we can come to the Resistance hideout and get a bunch of free equipment over here. Now, we are indeed going to put the free weapons and armor on everyone except Atolus. This, I believe, is some of the super high-end ancient equipment that the Masters provided to us. But we are going to... we are going to warp to Cowl. I don't know. We are going to sell all of these ultimate powerful Swords of Justice, because we don't need any justice. And I'm pretty sure we are safe selling that last set of armor and shield too, because up here, the people of Cowl have learned how to make equipment from dragon hide or dragon materials. And we are going to begin by buying a full set of those for Atolus. Because they are more ultimate than ultimate. But not quite more ultimate than more ultimate than ultimate. So I think that's everything we need at this point. Sanity check once again. I would like to put the quick ring... well, not yet. I'll keep it off. It just slows him down if he's using the quick ring with nothing in particular to do. Okay, everyone seems to be ready. I should have made a backup save before I did the shopping, but... I guess we just go. We just warp straight to Grossto's castle. The ancient weapon is all set up here. We have to wait around for the last couple of people to show up. And we fire. Pew pew! Yay, we can get into the castle properly now. So the Resistance has now cleared out these first few rooms that we were in earlier. So all we do is run through here, normally. There are a couple of monsters in the courtyard to avoid here, but we come up here. We don't actually need to talk to anyone, but up here, this guy asks us to take over fighting this one monster for him because he's tired at this point. And we get a lucky sleep on it immediately. So this should be pretty easy. I don't think we can instant death it, but I guess I could be buffing Atolus, but with a lucky sleep on it, hardly matters. Done. First mini-boss. Normally, that is not that easy. Atolus, 28. Strength. But as soon as we get past it, force field activates, blocking anyone else from getting any further. I believe we couldn't continue either if we continued, but what we want to do is warp back into the courtyard. At this point, we are going to be getting regular checkpoints inside the castle. And we are going more or less where we went earlier. Not there. Up here and down this stairs. Let me confirm that I know where I'm going with my map. Okay, we are going immediately left, then straight up. Most of these fights we can do with auto combat at this point. because most of the things I care about are just going to be vulnerable to sleep and/or instant death. And we are still going to want as many levels as we can get for the final boss fight. The wall of the castle is cleared out at this point, so we just go. How does this room work? Okay, that one. There was a chest in this room earlier that we couldn't get to, but now we can because Gale from the previous game has unlocked the door to it, and we can now warp back to the courtyard and proceed. We got a metal plate that functions as a key elsewhere in the castle. This is not the way. We go over here. This time we go immediately left. Flora hitting 26. Strength. Oh, 72. We now come over here to the right. Straight down here through this red door, which I think is what we need that key to open. Hack. Well, I want to take the fights anyway, so. Rando is going to be our next level. He is going to hit 25, and he is going to get strength. I think my original plan was that only Atolus would survive the fight with Diggins, but I guess this works too. It does matter because, as with the rest of the run, Atolus is going to be responsible for most of the damage on the final boss. We are now officially in the final chapter. It doesn't even have a number, it's just called Final Chapter. So, in principle, we are getting pretty close to the end here. Find this control panel, which we use to turn off the barriers blocking us. Go back to the courtyard and proceed. Let's see, can I? Yes, I can sneak past that. I think I come this way, right? Yes, I do. Now there are a couple of chests in here that I want to get. help if I don't run into dead ends blindly. Is this one? I think there's a mushroom up in this room too. Center chest is okay, that's a beast mushroom. That is actually a MP refill that can be used in combat. They are in the Too Good to Use club, except we will actually be using them in the final battle. Most likely. Ow. Normally this fight isn't supposed to get out of control like that. What am I doing? I want to heal. And I want to feel what I thought was never real. I want to let go of the pain I felt so long. But I only have 2 slots of healing, so that's about all I can manage. Thank you for actually getting a sleep out. Most of the time, that fight is pretty vulnerable to sleep, so... Flora 27 gets int. Cindy, we are still just splitting evenly between speed and luck. These red wingy things, they are very vulnerable to sleep. They wake themselves up immediately. But if they are awake, they have a chance of summoning a slime knight or something. That's pretty powerful. Atolus hits 29 and gets speed. Oops. Pick up a illicit alcohol there. We don't want this fight. That is the mini-boss we fought earlier, but it does appear as a random encounter, and we don't want to fight it if we can possibly avoid it. This corridor, I think we just go, right? Is this one of the rooms that I care about, or where am I? Okay, I think we just go here. But I don't... Okay, there's nowhere else I can go. Straight down. Do I want this chest? I think I want this chest. I might be trapped in here. I hope that other monster down there in the corner is not also a steam machine. It is, of course. But we get out anyway. Okay, we are through. Is this the... Yes, no. This is another room where we just go, I think. Is this the room I'm looking for? I think so. So we are going to go down, go straight through the junction, and then around the far side. And there is going to be another mini-boss fight. Skip that junction. Please leave me alone, I don't want to fight you. What I do want to do is put a couple of casts of Poiso on Flora and Rando too, just because. Because we are going to need that in this upcoming boss fight. I should do that earlier because it's going to take a while to recharge, but whatever. Okay. I should have healed Flora, but whatever. I also should not be in auto combat. No one has res anymore. It'll have to do. Ow. I think it's pretty vulnerable to poison, so all we really have to do is get poison on it and wait. And probably everyone's gonna die no matter what I do, so nothing else because it does that. But it dies of poison after a few rounds. So now well, the resistance says yay, we can move on now. But now we put res back on Flora and Rando. I probably don't need to take up all those slots because I've never actually seen Poiso fail on it, but with that done, we can throw away those books. We can also eventually heal. We go left here, right? Maybe? I think no, I'm right. This is a room called the Technica. This is where a lot of the controls for the high-tech equipment in Grostos Castle are. The masters are fiddling with that and doing something. I'm not concerned about that, but for our purposes, that is a warp point that we can use to shortcut back there if we need to. We can pretty much go back to auto battle at this point. Most of the enemies through here are going to be just as vulnerable to the sleep plus instant death combo, and sometimes just instant death. Rando just leveled. He is where? 26. Strength. Okay. Some of these rooms are complicated and I need to think a little carefully about them. Okay, this one we just go right at the first intersection and then straight down. And we don't need to wander around in here. I've never seen them do that dodge thing before, but apparently they can do that. These things can be a little annoying to get sleep on. It can work, but... or we can just instant death it. It usually doesn't take that long to just hit them. Silent Lords, as you might expect, cast Silas. And straight down. And then from here we just go pretty much. I think I'll just take the death to save the time healing. Oh! That's why we make backup saves. What? Okay, we have a RAM save. That helps. That could have been really bad. I didn't really want to run away. My think was resting on the run button. It is hitting 30, getting luck, and from this point I think everyone is just getting speed. Let's see, 27, 28, 31. Yeah, just speed now. Okay, we come to this room, and suddenly a horde of monsters spawns. Whatever shall we do? Oh, the master's fiddling with the Technica managed to despawn a lot of the monsters, but it's apparently not enough to clear the rest of the castle. I'll just take the fight. Normally I see a lot more of these things, but These are a lot more vulnerable to sleep than the Silent Lords are, so these fights tend to go a lot faster and safer. And if we need healing, they don't block us from it. I think I need to pay attention to this room too. Okay, we don't go all the way to the left. It's the second corridor south before the edge. Oh, lots of levels. Everyone's doing speed now. Wow, Floor really does not end up with a lot of speed here. Oops. This is the path I want. In fact, I'm standing right in front of. So let's take that. We go around the bottom, and then all the way to the left. I have definitely gotten lost in this room and boxed in by monsters, so I'm trying to take a little care. Ow. I'm just going to start that one over. Then we just exit over here. Come through this room, and the heroes from the previous game have all arrived here and are fighting their way through as well. That's about all we'll be seeing of them, though. Except Sonia. Sonia has to stay home and take care of the country. Okay, now we get into the repetitive section. Should probably just take these fights instead of trying to dodge them. I do not want to get to the final fight underleveled. Over here? Yeah. not here. Well, I did say I wanted to take the fights. I go the wrong way in this room and get trapped in this little closet pretty often, too. Everyone's taking speed now. Except Cindy. Cindy is still splitting part of it to luck. My notes have Atolus as 33 in the final battle. We'll see if we make it there. Thank you, now it is nearly dead. Nice. Give my spell slots a moment to recover. Then immediately burn them on healing. It occurs to me that I should have replaced Flora's repack slot with another res, but I forgot and then I threw the book away. No big deal. Maybe I can have her use that in the final fight. Last test run through the game, I saw very few of the Silent Lords and almost all the weird Jester Sorty guys. Just speed. These are much more pleasant to fight. They very rarely get to actually do anything. An interesting thing is the AI even seems to know how many rounds of sleep the monsters have left and makes decisions on that basis whether or not to actually use the sleep staff or not. Which is information that would not actually be visible in any form to a human player, unless they really, really carefully count these things. Apart from his use as a healing battery, I really don't have very much use for Rando coming through the end game here. Healing battery and buffing battery eventually in the boss fights, but kind of wonder if there is some way to make him more useful than he is, but I am not aware of it. Are we enjoying these same 3 rooms yet, viewers? Okay, here we go. Is this the... No, I don't have a map of this room. I think it's just go. Same here. Okay, right. We happened upon the Emperor randomly killing Flodoff. He says a tearful goodbye to the master who was previously his mentor, and confesses that he was helping the Emperor make monsters because when he and the other apprentices discovered a pathway leading out to the surface, they were immediately set upon by thieves from the Thief Town, and all of them except Flawed were slaughtered, and he chose to take his vengeance upon the surface dwellers. Thinking that they were barbarians who don't deserve to survive. There is another warp point here. The monsters also change quite a bit, so I'm probably not going to be taking as many fights from this point on, but I think we should be fine on levels. Let me remember how the path through here works. We go more or less straight up. Oop. 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 We cut over here. This is an elixir. Recovers a dead character and restores all their MP. Only one in the game, I think. And then we go straight this way and around. We can fight these. I forgot to split on the Neptune Knight fight. I can split here, though. I probably shouldn't take these fights because you can't instant death them, they just take forever. Is there anything I want to throw away for that? I can throw away an antidote. Here we just go around. Yeah, there's the Neptune Knight. We don't want to fight those as random enemies. We might have to, but we'll see. There we go, we're fine. Here we just go. I'll just run, they take forever. And I think it'll be slightly faster to work our way around them. Maybe. Do that. Excuse me. This room we care about? I think it is. I think that's this room. So we go straight up 3 doors. Then we cut to the right. Cut through the right. Straight down, and we're going to go back. Fine, we'll take this one. This corridor is too narrow to maneuver around it. Can't get it to sleep. This could be a mistake, but okay, there we go. And then down. Then just to be sure, take the door on the left. And there's a weird half-transformed monster over there that happens to be carrying a warrior flute. That informs us that the Emperor seems to be transforming former Resistance members into monsters. Because of course he is. We have some forced combats with these Black Knights here, but fortunately they are quite vulnerable to sleep and subsequent instant death, so they cause pretty much no problems. Which is more than can be said from the random encounters. Usually they cause no problems. I would like that, yes. We also learned that there is a particularly powerful monster up ahead named Garby, who is also a former Resistance member, I believe. Here he is. He gloats and uses some superpowers, but because we know that we can just use the warrior flute. It calms him down, and it becomes actually possible to fight him normally. Oops. Let's make a backup save, not load. I could warp out and do some stuff, I think. Actually, I'm not sure if there's a warp point here. Doesn't really matter. Stuff is back. Let me turn off auto combat before I forget. This is the last of what we'll be using auto combat. This is the no turning back point, by the way. After you do this fight, you are committed to the final battle with load. Everyone, turn off auto combat. Once you enter this fight, you are committed to the final battle with pretty much whatever setup you have. Garby has a pretty powerful breath attack that we need to recover from. In a completely perfect world, we would get sleep on it immediately, because it is reasonably vulnerable to sleep. But not if Cindy's asleep. Also doesn't help if Atolus is asleep. There we go, it's asleep. It does wake up pretty quickly though, so sometimes it doesn't even help that much. Might be worth using Silas here, so it can't keep doing that. Can't do that. But eventually there is a scripted event where we hear someone else playing a flute. And it's Ratia. She shows up to deliver the super weapon the Master's finished working on, which we immediately equip to Atolus. The Holy Sun Sword. And it turns out that Garby, the transformed Resistance member, is also Ratia's father, thought dead, who now is in fact dead. He does not survive this, but I don't think. And she says, let's go fight the Emperor together now. So she joins our party, but wait, we can only have 4 party members. What are we going to do? And what happened to my other party members? Oh no, the bridge collapsed and Cindy's gone now. And we're separated from Ratia, so I guess it's just going to be the 3 of us fighting the Emperor now. So... let's do it. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, a dragon burst through the wall. It'll help, right? Is this a nice dragon? It is secretly Cindy. Cindy was at Celios' dragon all along, transformed by magic from Rando's father, in fact. For some reason. And Cindy the dragon agrees to fight the final boss with us. But we are not going to do that yet. We are going to warp back to Cower. And we are going to get as much dragon equipment as we can, or dragon armor at least. We don't need that dragon sword anymore either. That should be enough that we can buy another set for 2 of them. I suppose we are no longer going to need that staff. That's certainly not going to work on the final boss. We are now going to warp to Izu. Actually, let me see. Yeah, we have plenty of those. You can buy alcohol from Harbe in Athel if you want to, for 50,000 each at this point. But I have plenty of those. I'm just going to stock up on Restona mushrooms as much as I can. Is there anything else in my inventory I can throw out at this point? I do want to equip that quick ring on Rando. Not warp. Equip. Just so he can act a little more quickly in the final battle. Anything else? I can't get rid of the Warrior's Flute, sadly, even though I'm done with it now. Or the gold silver plate. I might be able to stash them in the bank back at Rudia, but I don't know for sure. Anyway, with all that done, we can now warp back to the throne room and pick up the final battle where we left off. After making our final safety save. And let's go. So, Cindy the Dragon joins our party. He is extremely powerful. But not quite as powerful as the Emperor himself. So we'll see what we can do. We also cannot directly control Cindy. The Emperor, of course, has instant death we're going to have to recover from. A gimmick here is that the Emperor has a barrier that we need to use the Sun Sword to break through. And once that is done, other sources of damage become more damaging. That's not too relevant because the Sun Sword is the only source of damage we currently have. And also, I am not going to use all of my buffs at this point, because, spoiler alert, there is going to be a Phase 2 to this fight. I'm a little concerned with how much Atolus was missing there. Sometimes if his luck is not high enough, he ends up just missing in the final fight. Which obviously does not help. Oh, right. Well, it's done now. I think he only has one cast of res. But oh no, he's about to reveal his true form! And we get unique final boss music, such as it is. Alright. We are just going to buff for all we're worth. The first thing he does is always going to be silence someone. Unfortunately, in this case, it was Flora, so we can't do much with her now. So we're going to have to rely on Flora as basically being a backup healer. Or a only healer. The Emperor himself is also buffing himself massively to keep up with our buffs. Let's see. We are going to use one of these beast mushrooms on Rando to get his buff slots back. We also definitely want to revive Cindy. He has several casts of Obese for instant death. We don't have any of the weaker mushrooms, do we? Not really. We have a whole bunch of the king mushrooms though, so that's fine for a single target. But apart from his instant death spells, he basically just has a bunch of attacks that do damage, and you have to do damage to him faster than he can do damage to you. Ow. We should probably fix that. Let's get Cindy back, too. Flora's down. There is an excellent chance I will lose this fight. We can do one more of these. Ow. Okay, that's why we have the elixir. Come back to life and get another round of buffs too. Ow. Or we can do that. Go go ahead and use one of the... well, just use one of those on Atolus. Cindy's fine. Ow. Do we have any more alcohol? We do not. So I guess that's all the buffs we're gonna have. We got quite a bit of speed out of the buffs, so we might be able to finish the fight here. Late in the fight, he does start doing some pretty impressive damage to Cindy, even with Cindy's massive HP. Ow. I think we're fast enough that we've got this. I'm not going to risk missing this last attack, though, so let's make sure Atolus stays healed. Got split, but that's the end. 7-13. That is significantly less than I thought it could be, but going by the rules for the first game, time ends, I think, when the final boss's HP reaches 0, so I think that's probably a fair way to end this one, too. But at this point, the ending pretty much plays out on its own, so we will let it do so. And for some reason, being the hero of the game means that Atolus gets to be king now. If the text directly explains why that's the case, I haven't seen it. And the goddess Freya, of course, is actually a secret AI hologram anime girl. She is sad that she was being used as a monster generator, and she thinks that her powers are too dangerous and therefore she is going to shut down permanently. Her skirt was not nearly that long in that first picture, though. Go figure. But she's not actually going to be gone, because she is the goddess of hope, and anytime we do basically anything, hope is going to be with us. So it's fine. We don't need all-powerful AIs anyway. She does have surprisingly small eyes for an anime girl, though. I guess that's supposed to be far lane, just upside down. And yay, the underground people learned that the surface is a thing, and everyone's happy because life is obviously better on the surface. And Flora speculates that neither Drake, who led an attack on what he thought were monsters coming out of the ground, the thief, nor Flart, the guy who tried to destroy the world in retaliation, were actually bad people. And maybe there really are no bad people at all. So saith Atolus the Naive, who decided to sell his epic endgame weapons for 150 gold pieces. Although actually the holy equipment you start the game with is not really that powerful compared to the actual endgame equipment. It's roughly Chapter 2 tier weapons, but... And everyone's happy to leave Atolus in charge of the world now, including reuniting the surface people and the underground people, apparently. I think they are saying that he gets to be the Emperor of the Underground now, too, for some reason, as well as King of Farlane. Because I guess they need an Emperor from somewhere. It's not like you're going to have Grandpa Gale do it. But it's okay, because our surviving two party members are going to help. So what happened to our dragon friend? And Atolus still prays to Freya for help, even though he knows perfectly well that, I guess, that Freya is shut down and can't do anything except be hoped for. Well, it's not entirely clear who was actually hearing Freya's little spiel there. There's the dragon. And we do get some nice art of Ratia, I guess, coming to the surface for the first time. And shortly thereafter, she shows up in a fancy dress. And it sure looks like she and Atolus are getting married there, but I don't think there's anything in the text to that effect. I don't know why, because it sure looked like Atolus and Flora were being set up for the whole game, but who knows? I haven't translated the whole game's text. And there is our friend Joshua the Satellite, who we did not use at all in this game, or in this run. But that is why the Joshua eyes and stuff that we get throughout the game actually work, because Joshua is a satellite sending power from space to Iselhasa. And the small son Atolus transcends his father and illuminates the world, I guess, or something. I forget what the last line says there. But we get credits finally, after 7 hours. I don't think I'm likely to run this game again anytime too soon, even though there is lots of time save we could have had here. I I missed most of my splits, but... Let's see, the Grog Guard split there was definitely just grinding. That's mostly unavoidable. I didn't split through the entirety of Chapter 2, so I have no idea if I lost any time there, but I think the Dareth fight went fine. He's not too complicated. I don't recall anything going wrong there. Gannoa. I had to start the fight over and go back through the monsters 3 or 4 times, so there was a pretty big time loss there. That split could probably be improved by 10 minutes easily. How many tries did Diggins take? I think I died on Diggins once, but I think that was pretty early in the fight, so I probably didn't lose too much time. Nothing too problematic happened in the final dungeon. Did first try the Emperor. So the end of Chapter 3 against Gannoa was probably the only thing that was really a major preventable time loss. Everything else was just getting better at the route, not going in the wrong directions, and not having to refer to notes so often, so... A good run of this might be able to push 6 hours, maybe? Which is a little surprising. The good run of Super Famicom was 5.5 hours, and that's with skipping the grinding in the first half of the game. So I don't know. It would be surprising, but it looks by the numbers like it should be vaguely possible to push for 6 hours. I won't be doing it, though. This being a Falcon game, we have to have produce in the credits. I don't know who provided the produce here, because I can't read kanji names very well, but... And again, the, I think, last game produced that actually bears the name Dragon Slayer, even though it's not technically a main series Dragon Slayer game, and one of the first bearing the name The Legend of Heroes. So that is going to be all I will be doing with this tonight. Thank you very much for watching, and may you have a beautiful evening. I will, at some point, probably try to make an edited highlights video of this for my main YouTube channel, but I don't know when or if I'll get to that. Let's see. We are going to raid Hungry Gorilla, I think, who is currently doing G.I. Joe for the NES, but usually does interesting RPGs and stuff. Good night.
Hello. You see, now we've got full health for our dear buddy here. Okay, let's go. No, don't kill me. I just got full health.